Very good. Anna?
Yep.
You good?
Yes.
Okay. Before we begin the formal part of today's meeting, I would like to thank the city staff and my fellow Board of Zoning Adjustment members around the table. We volunteer for this commission or this position, the five of us do. And just want to thank city staff for really helping out so much in the meeting today. So with that, I'm calling the November 8th, 2022 meeting to order. The Board of Zoning Adjustment. Anna, will you please confirm that city staff and court reporter are ready to begin?
All of the city staff are in attendance. And Brett, are you ready?
I am ready.
And before we begin the formal review process, I'd like to call or like to swear in all city staff members who are presenting or testifying today. If you're online, please turn on your camera and microphone. And for those in person, please raise your right hand as I administer the oath. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth during this hearing today? Anna, please manage the roll call.
Thanks. We'll start with the people online. Jim Duddy,
I do.
Teresa,
I do.
Anna Naniski, I do.
Jared Clements, I do.
Najma Mohammed, I do.
It's everyone.
Thank you. Anna, I'd like to turn the meeting over to you for continuances and dismissals, please. Thank you.
Thank you. So the first dismissal we have for today is docket item number 2. That's CD SUP 2022-0038. The applicant is no longer seeking a short-term rental, so that's why we are dismissing that case. Docket item number 3 is being continued to December 13th. This is CD BZA 2022-144, and there is a legal ad error, which is why that case needs to be continued. The next continuance is docket item number 11. This is CD BZA 2022-166, and this is being continued because no sign was posted on the subject property. Next dismissal is docket item number 14. This is CD BZA 2022-139. This is being dismissed because the wrong application type was filed. So they have since then filed the correct application, and we would be reviewing that item in December. And that concludes the dismissals and continuances today.
Great. Anna, was there a case? Did you just do docket number 15? Have you done? There was one I had on my sheet. This is
Yeah.
docket number.
Docket item number 15 is related to docket item number 1.
Okay.
So if depending on the decision made on docket item number 1, docket item number 15 can be dismissed, and we'll just handle that at the end since we
Okay,
need to hear
perfect.
docket item number 1 first.
Thank you, Anna. I really appreciate that. Is there any public testimony on those continuances and or dismissals? The city staff just identified. If there is someone in the audience, please approach. Or if there's someone online, please raise your right hand.
There is one person online. I will promote them. Curtis, you are being promoted. Please accept the promotion. Curtis has been connected.
Right. Hello, Curtis. I'd like to have you raise your right hand before you give any testimony. Do you solemnly swear to affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth during this hearing today?
Yes, I do.
And identify yourself, please, for the court reporter and us.
Kurt Peterson with Pulse Only PC, 900 West 48th Place, Kansas City, Missouri.
And what interests you today on which case, sir?
It's item number 1, the applicant, technically Amy Grant, but the landowner is J.A. Lillig Construction LLC.
Okay, so I'll promote you here in just a second. We're really just talking about the dismissals and or continuances at this point.
Right.
I'll be right with you. Thank you.
And there is another Curtis, a Curtis Bundy. They have not accepted the promotion though.
Okay.
Last name Bundy, you need to accept the promotion if you wish to testify on any of the continuances or dismissals previously addressed.
Mr. Bundy, are you with us?
They are connected.
Hello, Mr. Bundy. Turn on your microphone. If it's not turned on, it looks like you've got the red hand there. Mr. Bundy?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you for coming online. Do you have interest in any of the cases that are continuing or dismissed today that we just announced?
I do apologize. I may have raised my hand. I do have a case in hearing before you today. And it's a continuance from October, so I may have raised my hand inadvertently. I do apologize for that if that's the case.
Okay, great. We'll get to you when your case is called.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, no worries.
No one else has raised their hand, Mr. Chair.
Okay, great. Thank you. So let's go ahead and,
Pardon me, Mr. Chair. Pardon me. With regard to dismissal,
yes, sorry.
I believe it's item number 14.
Okay. And before you give any testimony, can I swear you in, please, sir? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
I do. My name is Brian Madden. I represent the owners of 46 Penn Center and the Country Club Plaza. The statement was made, which I'd like to correct on the record, that this appeal was wrongly filed. We believe we filed it correctly, that it was wrongly docketed in front of BZA. It's now in front of the City Planning Commission where it should have been docketed. Just wanted to make that statement for the record.
Okay, well, thank you very much, sir. I do appreciate you coming before us today. Thank you. Anyone else? All right. Let's call the first case, case number 7 with
Approve these.
I don't think,
Or do you have a
Anna,
different
are we
format?
approving those or?
You have to approve the continuances and the
Okay,
dismissals.
all right. I didn't see that on the docket. So, board, can I have a motion regarding the continuances and or dismissals? Okay, to accept the continuances and dismissals as discussed by Anna. Do I have a second to that one?
But should we do those case by case?
She said no.
We can do all of them in
Oh.
one.
Oh, cool.
Anna said all at once now.
To the last gentleman that was here on the dismissal,
Case number 14.
14,
Docket 14.
or, yeah. Well, did I understand that it was, that he's asking to not have that dismissed? Or is he left? Yes, because it sounded like he didn't want it dismissed because it's
think
going
he
in
was
front of the,
clarifying the language.
I think he was just clarifying that he didn't make a mistake. It was the staff that made a mistake, I think is all he was saying.
Go to you.
And now it's going to CPC.
but if we dismiss it, then he's got to refile for
You
BZA.
don't need to come before.
Well, he won't need,
I think it already has.
Hi there, sir. Come on back up. We had a few questions for you. Glad we got you before the elevator did. Thank you.
Yes.
that's, I was wondering, you're asking us to dismiss this or not dismiss this case?
We have not asked for dismissal. What we have done is amend our filing so that it is now in the City Planning Commission. It's set for December. So
Do you anticipate being in front of this board as a result or after that CPC hearing?
Let me clarify again. So multiple appeals have been filed. There are certain appeals that the Board of Zoning Adjustment addresses, and there are certain appeals that the City Planning Commission addresses. The language described in the application for that case number, the CD BZA 139, that it was actually supposed to be reviewed by the City Planning Commission. So since then, the correct application has been filed. That case is going before the City Planning Commission, and there are certain appeals coming before you, which we'll see in December.
Okay, great, thank
all right,
you.
so that there are 3 appeals, one of which under the code we believe should have first gone to City Planning. That's what I'm on here today.
Sounds like that.
The other two go directly to you, and those will also be heard in December.
But just didn't want to I want to make sure we didn't cut you off on something that you needed and wanted.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Thanks again. So I heard a motion to accept the continuances and dismissals as discussed by Anna. I need a second to that.
Second,
Thank you, Randy. All those in favor? Anna, you going to call the roll on this?
Yes. Mixdorf?
Aye.
Lawrence?
Aye.
Moran?
Aye.
Stiller?
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. That motion's been continued or accepted. So let's go to the docket today. Docket number 1 with case number 07 with an address of 9500 East 47th Street. Will the applicant please come forward? And we have Olofu Abaji working the case on the city side.
And Mr. Chair, this is my error. When I confirmed that city staff and the court reporter were ready, I also should have described the procedures of the meeting, but I did not do that. So let me do that real quick, Olofu, and then we'll get started with you. So I'm going to briefly describe the testimony procedure for this hybrid meeting. For everyone online, just be aware that there are 2 categories of people participating right now. There's attendees and panelists. The panelists are any members of the commission who are participating online and any city staff. If you are the applicant or the citizen interested in providing testimony for a particular case, when the case is called, you're going to use the raise hand function in Zoom. There's a ribbon on the bottom of your screen on the Zoom app, and that'll have the little hand button that you'll use to indicate that you would like to be promoted. A city staff person will promote you, and when that promotion occurs, it'll look like for a brief moment that you've been disconnected. You haven't. That's just Zoom re-entering you as a panelist for the case. When you've been connected, you will turn on your camera and your microphone so you can provide public testimony. Understand that if you are calling in, that you can't adjust your screen name, but that if you would like to raise your hand and speak on a particular case, you're going to hit star and then the number 9 to indicate to city staff that you would like to be promoted. For everyone online on a computer or phone, like a smartphone or tablet, you can change your name, your username to your legal name. That also helps with the promotion. And if you are speaking or waiting to speak, please keep your microphone muted. This helps with any background interference. And if you are in person, also please do not join the meeting via Zoom because that also interferes with our microphone system. For those in person, when it's time for you to provide public testimony, please approach the microphone in the center of the room. You are going to have your exhibits, like your presentation, any photos, maps ready on a jump drive, ready to be admitted by the chair if appropriate. And that concludes my little, I said brief, but I talked for a long time, presentation on the procedures for this hybrid meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Donna. I appreciate all that information, and as does the audience. So again, we're calling docket number 1. Case number 7 with an address of 9500 East 47th Street. Will the applicant please come to the front or raise your hand in Zoom? I think that was Mr. Peterson.
That is correct. And he is still connected.
Great. Curtis, I've already sworn you in, as you know. So you're sworn in. Anyone else in the audience?
We should be looking for Mr. and Mrs. Lilig. So I don't know if they're going to be online or not.
They'll be with me.
But they're with you? Okay.
Thank you, Olofu.
Are they in the office with you? I need to swear them in if they're there in front of you.
They're connected with me electronically, so we'll complicate your life there a little bit.
Okay.
I don't think, Chairman, they'll need to be sworn in. I'll just confer with them if that makes life easier.
They'll be fine. You've already been sworn in. And part of this, part of your docket today, Mr. Peterson, is some administrative exhibits found on page 5 of the staff report. Do you have any problem with us admitting those exhibits to the hearing today?
No, sir, please do.
Okay, thank you. Those are admitted. Part of that exhibits is a presentation by our city staff. Olofu, will you please describe the case?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, members of the board. Olofu Agbaji, City Planning and Development staff. This case is a case number SUP 2022-000007.
This is for a moment. Is this screen being shared? I think last time when it was shared virtually, it was on both screens. Is that accurate?
You sharing your screen?
Please share.
Sorry about that.
Good now.
So again, the site is located just at the southeast corner of I-70 and 435, where my arrow is pointed, just north of the city of Raytown. Again, closer look at the site, as you can see, it's just off Blue Ridge Cutoff. Arrowhead and Kaufman Stadium is just to the northeast of the site. The site is bordered on the north by 43rd Street and on the south by East 47th Street, and to the west is Pittman Road and Blue Ridge Cutoff. And this is a closer look at the site showing I-70 Blue Ridge Cutoff. This is a view of the entrance of the site. This is Blue Ridge. The top picture shows Blue Ridge Cutoff due south with the access onto the site. Just as you get in, there's an existing commercial property to the north of the site, and that's the access of the site. Again, this is a closer look at the access. This is the site. Overall site is about 110 acres, and it's currently zoned R2.5 and R7.5. So the access, as you can see, main access to the site is off 47th Street, and then the main commercial and demolition debris operation comes off Blue Ridge Cutoff. Quick background on the site: the applicant or the site was cited with 3 violations for occurring back in 2020. In December, the first was for grading and filling without obtaining a permit from the director. The second was for operating a general contracting rock crushing business in a residential district without special use permit. So this use is first permitted in the B4 district. Since then, and the third citation was in February of 2022, and that was for storage of commercial vehicles in a district, in a residential district. They also filed what's docket item number 15, which, based on what action you take today, will allow for that to be dismissed, or we will then pursue that appeal. Again, the site is 110 acres, currently zoned residential, R2.5 and R7.5. And the request before you today is to allow for a temporary use permit for demolition and debris landfill. The reason this is going forward is to allow the applicant to reclaim the site so that they can eventually build. The site has been disturbed, thereby we filed a violation, and then to be able to remedy this, the grading and landfill need to occur to restore the site for development. Demolition and debris is first permitted and governed by 88-380-01, and it's also limited to a time limit of no more than 5 years, which is one of our conditions as we move forward. So for this to occur, the demolition, this section 88-380 states that demolition and debris must be properly protected from use by anyone other than the applicant. So the site has to be contained, which they do. The applicant for approval have sole responsibility to maintain for maintenance and care of the demolition and debris area, and they have been doing that. All demolition and debris landfill must be compacted by the use of machine for this purpose as the field is introduced into the landfill area. I can go on and on, but we did do a site visit, and Jim Doty is on the line. He's been monitoring the site with pictures, and during the site visit, he did say that they are in compliance of all the standards. So this is a rough site, overall site grading plan that shows the amount of field. So if you see the contours, there's a regulated stream that runs through the site, the middle of the site, and all the demolition and debris is going to occur, is currently occurring north of the site. And this is the main area that's currently being filled. And this graphic shows you the area of disturbance and areas to be left alone. So the dark area is where most of the landfill is occurring, and there's limited disturbance on the north side of the site. The standards for a special use permit, and we did go through this, and of importance is the B. So he states that the site is in the best interest of the public convenience and will not have a significant adverse impact on the general welfare of the neighborhood or community. So with the limitation of 5 years, staff also recommended that the applicant provide hours of operation, which I think is going to be limited. Also to provide how they're going to mitigate dust on the site. The neighbor to the north did testify at City Plan Commission about the amount of dust that comes during this action, and the applicant has agreed to provide a dust mitigation. I think with the hours of operation, that takes care of the noise, because once it's within business operation hours, then they're able to control that. And this is the site as it currently sits. And this went to City Plan Commission on September 20th, and the recommendation was for approval subject to the 8 conditions. That ends my presentation, and I'll take any questions.
Thank you. Board members, do you have any questions of staff?
Is that the creek or the water line? Is that little blue?
No, it's just a creek or tributary. I'll let the applicant tell us if there was a name to it. I think it's just a creek that feeds into Little Blue. It's not the actual Little
Doesn't
Blue
go into
River.
the river or connect?
I will let him testify to that.
Nana, do we have anyone who's interested in the audience, either here in person or online, that's interested in this case? Would they raise their hands?
No one is raising their hand on Zoom. No one appears
Thank you.
in the chamber.
And Olafu, will you stop sharing your screen? Thank you.
Sir.
Mr. Peterson, will you please tell us why we should approve your case today?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Again, Kurt Peterson with Polson LA here on behalf of the applicant, J. Lilla Construction LLC. This SUP, just in terms of overall context, which I think is always important to emphasize, is a fill operation to ultimately make this site ready for development as a residential community, which it's well on its way. It's a huge operation. There's a huge amount of fill necessary, but there's been a great groundwork that's done the last few years by the Lilligs to get this going. And we have a lot of momentum right now. I will say this, while we made full presentation at CPC, Mr. Chairman and board members, given the unanimous recommendation by CPC, this, robust staff report, Olafu's presentation, we would be prepared to go in depth to any topic that you may have interest, and I'll address the stream in one moment that the board member mentioned. But we would kind of take that posture, just given all the context. But for the official record, I will say we are in support, as we were at CPC, with all of staff's proposed conditions that Olafu just highlighted on the screen. With respect to the question about the stream, it is also my understanding that this is an unnamed tributary. I have not seen anything in my work with this applicant and this developer and landowner that has shown a name to that. So let me know if that answers your question.
Thank you.
Board members, do we have any questions for Mr. Peterson on this case? And again, Mr. Peterson, I didn't look through all the CPC conditions, but to the not really opposition, but to the questions about hours of operation and dust mitigation, do you have those covered?
Yes, we've discussed those with staff. I mean, again, we can go into those now or not, but we discussed those at CPC and with staff. So that will be part of the official satisfaction as we document those with staff's satisfaction of those 8 conditions, for sure.
Perfect. Thank you. Anyone online who has any questions for Mr. Peterson or us and city staff, please raise your hand. And here in the audience, live audience, I don't see anyone raising their hand there. All right. Any other question, board members? Motions, maybe?
Mr. Chair, in case number 7, I move the applicant's request be granted in accordance with a staff report, site plan, and the conditions therein.
Thank you, Ms. Mixdorf. I have a motion. Do I have a second from somebody?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Gorens. I have a motion and a second. Anna, please call the roll.
Lawrence.
Aye.
Mixdorf. Moran.
Aye.
Stiller.
Aye.
Eppets.
Aye. Mr. Peterson, your motion passes. Good luck with the project. Thank you for coming before us today. Thanks, Kurt. Bye. All right. Let's see here. The next case is docket number 4, case number 135 with an address of 6821 Rock Hill Road. Will the applicant please come forward, and anyone online, please raise your hand to be addressed. Anna, we seen anybody?
No one appears online.
Okay, thanks. And once you have a seat at the table, sir. Thank you. Could I have your name and identify yourself, please?
My name's Lance McCarthy. I'm a general contractor for the client.
Great. Let's see here. Do we have an affidavit on this case? That means you had, did we?
I expected the owners to be present. Do you have an affidavit? We can,
Yeah. We can
Go
hear your
forward.
case, but we're going to need an affidavit within 48 hours at the conclusion of this meeting that it was acceptable for you to testify on the client's behalf. The
Okay.
applicant here is Michelle Decker and the owner, Matt Goglin, it looks like, Goggin. So,
What was the owner's
Baldwin.
name? Yeah, that's right.
okay, is that acceptable? All right, so let's do the formalities first. Will you please raise your right hand to be sworn in? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth during this hearing today?
I do.
There's a list of administrative exhibits, and I've got to scroll down to that page. Usually it's on page 4 or 5. Thank you. On page 3, one of those is, so do you have any problem with us admitting those exhibits today?
No.
One of those exhibits is the presentation by Najma on your case. And Najma, please go ahead. Thank you very much.
for us, we have docket item number 4, case CDBZA 2022-00135 for 6821 Rock Hill Road, located in an R6 district. The applicant is seeking approval of variances to the lot and building standards and encroachment standards for their existing home to allow for improvements to their home. This is an overview of the subject site. As you can see, they are located in the Country Club Waldo area of the city. This is the location of the home. From the aerial view, it kind of looks like the home encroaches on the neighbor's property. The survey presented acknowledged that that was not the case, so we were able to move forward. They are wanting to add to their existing home a new porch patio cover. However, their home sits in the setback already, and because of the fun lot and building standards we have for rear yard setbacks and what may have you, and because the garage is an attached garage, the principal structure is too close to the rear yard. This is a rendering of what the applicant is wanting to do on the home. And they are requesting a deviation of 4.5 feet from the required 29.5 feet in the rear yard, and a full deviation from what is allowed for the encroachment standards to allow for a porch or patio to be allowed in this setback. This is an overview of the requested variances, and that concludes my staff presentation.
Thank you, Najma. Sir, why should we approve your case today?
I think two things. One, the existing garage has been there for decades. I'm not sure when it was built, but that's the main part of the encroachment. I think the other The challenge is which side of the yard is considered the front yard. And so what they're using as the main entry to the house is on that long side. If it is interpreted that way, then we would be in compliance, as I understand. Will beautify the home and will not encroach any further than the existing house is now.
Thank you. Any neighbor comments, Najma, from, or negative or positive on this case?
I didn't receive any clear feedback on whether or not there was support or opposition. There were some questions asked by a neighborhood organization, but there was no input on whether or not they supported or denied the request. Or opposed, rather.
Thank you. You know, if if the actual owners contacted the neighbors nearby to ask their opinion?
Yes, I believe they did. And the sign has been in the yard for almost 2 months now, so.
Thank you. Board members, questions for the applicant? Ready? Sometimes the Homes Association comes before us. Do you think they were in contact with either you or the owner?
Yes, they have been contacted and we've been talking back and forth. They know that I'm here.
Fine.
So they're waiting for the response on that. So.
All right, board members, any other questions or comments or a motion? And by the way, excuse me, anyone in the audience with any other comments? Anna, you seen anyone out there?
No, no one
Thank you.
appears online.
Thank you. Board members?
Chair,
Yes, sir.
in case 135, I move that the board grant the request in accordance with staff report and site plan.
Thank you. Mr. Stiller, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Mixdorf. Anna, please call the roll.
Lawrence. Storff.
Aye.
Moran.
Aye.
Stiller.
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. Sir, your motion passes. Good luck with the project. Thank you for coming down today. All right. The next case is, and Najma is still presenting on docket number 5, case number 127 with an address of 5435 Northwest Parkdale Road. We have a quorum in this case of myself, Ebbets, Tom Gorens, Randy Mixdorf, and Tom Stiller. I think the case, Maggie?
I
or-
did.
Okay, so Maggie's in as she's reviewed the case as well. Will the applicant please come forward? Mr. Bundy, maybe? I think he's online. And anyone in the audience, either online or in person, who wants to testify in this case, please raise your hand.
Mr. Bundy has been connected.
Great. Anna, do you see anyone else out there?
Yes. And Andy Williams,
Right? We're going to swear everyone in at one
they are
time.
being promoted. Andy, you have to accept the promotion. And then Alex Mullock. Alex, you need to accept the promotion as well. Those two have been connected. No one else has raised their hand, Mr. Chair.
Great, thank you. I'm trying to see, so I see faces. I see Mr. Bundy. Do the other people turn on your microphones and raise your hand or and cameras so we can swear you in? See Mr. Bundy. Another person. Great. Those are the 3 people. So will you raise your right hand to be sworn in? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth during this meeting today?
I do.
And could you state your names for the court reporter? Let's start with you, Mr. Bundy, first.
Curtis Bundy, I do.
Thank you. Next.
Andy Williams, I do. And I also have another neighbor with me.
All right. And
Richard Coughley is my name. I live next door. I own a house next to the lot.
okay, Richard, I've got to swear you in, but we still have a third person. I'll swear Richard in just a minute, but we have a third person and I can't see that name.
Alex. Mullock.
Alex? Yeah,
Alex Mullick, I do.
thank you, sir. And I'm going to swear in Mr. Richard now. So Richard, please raise your right hand to be sworn. I don't see you. Can you put him in? Oh, there he is. Okay. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
I do.
Thank you. Could you state your name for the court reporter, please?
Richard Clawley,
Great.
431 Parkdale Road.
Okay, thank you, sir. We'll get with you in just a minute. And by the way, sir, are you for or against this case today?
Against.
And same thing for Andy? And Andy.
Again,
Okay, thank you. We'll get to you in a little bit. All right, Mr. Bundy, we have, as part of your case today, there's a list of. Sorry. Mr. Bundy, you with me?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. On page. Sorry, give me a second here.
Page 3, page.
On page 3 of your case today, there's a list of administrative exhibits. Do you have any problems for us to admit those exhibits to hear your case today?
No, sir.
Thank you. Those are admitted. And part of that exhibit is a presentation by Ms. Najma on your case. Najma, please tell the board today about this case.
So I have to start timing me on how fast I can pull this out.
That's fine.
Okay. For us, we have docket item number 5, KCD BZA 2022-127 at 5435 Northwest Parkdale Road. I won't spend too much time as you all are familiar with the case. I'll just go to the parts to update you all on what has happened since we last spoke. See if the overview of the subject site and their proposed detached home that they're wanting to build on the site. So we're going to ignore that. Between now and the last hearing, Mr. Bundy has been able to speak with the Platte County to determine whether or not this lot was split legally. And they determined that it was. The lot split occurred in 1961 in unincorporated Platte County. That portion of unincorporated Platte County did not have subdivision regulations or the same lot and building standards that applied in Kansas City, Missouri when it was split. And so it was split legally and then was annexed after it was split in 1962. And so based on that information, the lot can be legally built upon as a non-conforming lot. However, based on our lot standards for non-conforming lot and building standards outside of the non-conforming lot standards, they need variances for the other portions of our standards. That was very articulate, but I think you get what I'm trying to say. And then once again, we'll just move forward. This is the overview of the standards that they are getting variances to. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Najma. Mr. Bundy, why should we approve your case today? I know you've come before us in September, but why should we approve your case today?
Wanting to build a one-story, two-bedroom home there on the lot. If you would refer to exhibit 1, I'm sorry, wrong ones. If you would look at one of the exhibits that I have there, it is, pull this up for you, I apologize. Exhibit number 5 discusses nonconformities. We should be allowed to build on this lot. This document here covers nonconformities and that this lot was lawfully established at the time of annexation. In paragraph A under intent, it says that the city should recognize the interest of the landowners in continuing to use their property for uses that and activities that were lawfully established, which this was at the time of annexation into the city. So at the time the development with the split, there were no zoning regulations in the city of Platte or in the Platte County. Further governing requirements for size or anything of that nature. Next, if you want to look there at exhibit number exhibit number 6, we have here for the Lion Creek Valley plan area where the lot's located. On page number 7 of the document, or page 17 of the PDF, this talks about new development being prioritized in infill areas that are contiguous with existing development and to use the existing infrastructure. This plan here by the city is to provide the framework for future development in planned areas. This document also calls for this area to be used for a medium density residential development, which would be a R5, R6, and R7.5 zoning, which our lot that we have is more than meets those zoning regulations. And also too, this document states that new development in these infill areas should be prioritized. Also, if you look at this document, page 34, or page 44 of the PDF, this also is located in a stabilization area. This document recommends that the area be stabilized through either rehabilitation of existing homes or new construction, which is what we're trying to do to build this house. In conclusion, I mean, I feel that we more than meet the requirements. Of course, other than what's set forth that we're applying for, but I think that the document that I've showed you on nonconformities, and also being the fact that this was a legally created lot prior to annexation into the city and its imposed zoning regulations, that it was intended to be a buildable, developable home site. So I ask that you consider that and please grant us the variance that we need in order to construct our home. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bundy.
Oh, I'm sorry. I do have one other thing as well, sir.
Sure.
And in the document there about nonconformity, it says under paragraph B, it says a nonconformity that existed upon the effective date or a situation that becomes non-conforming upon the adaptation or amendment to the zoning development code may be continued. And also to the use of non-conforming lots in that paragraph 3 section, it says that in these residential districts, a non-conforming lot may develop with a single family house, which we are also trying to put on this lot. And also that remind you that 85% of the lots in this neighborhood do not meet the current zoning regulation of the R80. 85% of these lots in the subdivision are less than 80,000 square feet. Thank you.
A question for you, sir. When was this, when did you purchase the property?
The lot was purchased in 2020.
And the lot combination occurred way before then? Or when
Yes. Exhibit, if you look at what I've uploaded for you, exhibits 1 and 2, it'd be exhibit number 2.
Mr. Bundy, can you hold on for a second?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, I'm just wanting to make sure that these exhibits have been marked.
Yeah.
And because you're referencing numbers that actually refer to the city's administrative exhibits. So if you have some items you'd like to have the board consider, then they would need to look at those and decide whether those can be admitted. I don't see them attached to the staff report.
Those were emailed as required, was it 7 working days or 5 to 7 working days before the hearing, and emailed to the BZA hearing site for my exhibits.
And put you on hold just for a second, Mr. Mr. Bundy, while
Yes,
we check our side.
Okay.
Ashma?
Anything that's in the staff report is what I received. I'm not sure if did you label them yourself exhibits? I'm not recalling that.
I don't see any of these as part of our exhibits? Do you guys?
There's a ton of information here.
But
They
there's-
just don't have the titles if he's referencing a specific.
I see nothing but these warranty deeds.
Right. Oh, I see too.
I know you quoted the zoning and development code, so is that what you were referring to when you were saying exhibit number 1 or 2?
It was in an email sent on 11/1 to public engagement. Mhm.
I see. Okay. We can admit those exhibits and I will attach them to the case. So that can
Well, I
be,
mean, it's up to the board to decide
Yeah.
what
Right,
to
yeah.
admit. So I don't know if someone can share those on their screen or, something so that they can make a decision on that.
please hope.
So Mr. Bundy, we need to admit those exhibits, but I can't admit them until I see them. And I understand you sent those to us. We're getting ready to look at those now. So give us a few minutes for us to review those. If we like what we see, then we will admit them as part of your hearing today.
And I could tell that from your presentation that some of what you were referring to were provisions of the zoning and development code. And so that's exhibit 1 that's been admitted, but
Right.
there may have been some other documents that.
I believe he's sharing them on the screen now.
Right.
Did you all already formally admit them?
Yes, we'll admit exhibit 5 that I'm looking at right now.
Oh, we
Maybe
call it
exhibit
exhibit
10,
10.
all of his new
Yeah.
Okay.
materials.
So exhibit 5 to 10. will
No,
be-
no, exhibit 10 and will, regardless of how he's had it labeled, just all of what he's admitting now is exhibit
Yes,
10.
you're correct. Yes. So this PowerPoint, is there something else on this PowerPoint that we should look at? Najma,
No.
before we admit it as exhibit 10?
He's controlling the screen. So is there anything else, Mr. Bundy, that they need
Oh,
to
yes.
consider?
Here's another thing here with the Lime Creek Valley neighborhood plan.
So
So what
This
you're
week.
like to admit exhibit at exhibit 10,
this
portions of the zoning and development code that you've highlighted, the Line Creek area plan that you've highlighted, and the annexation map.
Yeah, that was just to show it 1962 is when this area was annexed by the city and our lot location down here in this corner.
Sure, I'm just trying to make sure we have all the documents. Are there any other documents that you'd like to be admitted as exhibit 10 that wasn't? I believe
Yes.
that's been admitted already.
This one here in the 1961 here where it was
That's been
split.
admitted.
That's already been part of your exhibit.
Okay, so the 3 documents we saw previously.
That'll be exhibit 10 and that will be admitted for the hearing today. All right. Before we get to the opposition and the other people, board members, do you have any questions of city staff on this? For Mr. Bundy? All right, let's hear from the opposition. Curtis, let's see here. I'm sorry. Yeah. Is there Curtis? Isn't that right?
Andy can go first.
No, that's Curtis Bundy. I'm sorry. So Alex is the next. Go ahead.
Andy
Anna.
can go first.
Okay, please. Thanks. Anna. Andy, please go.
Yeah, thank you for hearing me today. First, I'd like to restate my position on that. I feel that this would set a precedence and decrease property values in the area. I still believe that. Then also to Curtis's point about owners being able to continue to use the property as it was intended, I believe that that would reference the current owner as the zoning changed. So I don't feel that that has an impact on this. And that would be all I have to say today. And Richard is beside me if you'd like to hear from him next.
Please. Thank you. Go ahead, Richard.
Yes, I'm concerned that this is the end of a cul-de-sac and there's already 4 houses there, and this lot is only 50 some feet wide, and they are trying to put this house, which is 30 or 40 feet wide, into this space. And I don't see how that could help anybody and really impact the value. It's super close to each of these other 2 houses. It's anywhere else in the neighborhood I could see it maybe doing, but this lot is way too small for a new house. And again, the septic is a huge problem as it drops off. And I had to spend a lot of money doing my septic, and the code is level 100 foot to put that in there. And there's no way that they could put the septic in there. And I know Mr. Bundy said he had had A1 septic, or somebody say, sure, no problem. But I disagree with that totally. So it would really impact the neighbors at the end of this cul-de-sac. Thank you.
Thank you. And before Richard and Andy, are you neighbors to this adjoining lot? Are you in the same?
I am. Andy's across the street.
Okay. Thank you. And we have one more. Do we have another person?
Alex?
Alex, would you like to give testimony on this case today, sir, please?
Yeah, thank you for hearing me. I'll just restate my opinion from the first meeting that another house would undermine the character of the neighborhood. It is one of the main draws and benefits of this neighborhood is that there are a few houses, and we are set in a wooded area, and it is really the character of the neighborhood is that there are a few people up here. It's very unique. And as the Mr. Clawley pointed out, there are only 4 houses back here. And so any additional houses proportionally is a pretty big increase. I feel like it would undermine our particular character. And as Mr. Bundy has pointed out in the general subdivision, there may be some other houses that or other lots that don't meet this criteria, but our particular neighborhood are mainly built on larger lots. And I feel like that is irrelevant in this case. But yeah, mainly just wanted to restate our previous opinion.
And Alex, are you across the street? Did I hear you say from the proposed development, from the proposed home?
Yes, sir. We're directly across the street.
I recall that from your meeting with
Yeah.
us before.
Yep. Thank you.
Anyone else?
No one else appears online.
Thank you. Board members, do you have questions? And then we'll go with it.
Going to make
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Mr. Clawley here. This area is zoned RA, which is rural agriculture, and I don't see how they could get that on a lot of this size, even remotely. You're allowed to have animals and stuff. Some of the neighbors have, goats and things and horses. And with this teeny of a lot, I don't see how that could be possible. So I just wanted to insert that in there. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
To clarify, it looks like it says it's an R80.
It is R80.
Okay.
The former zoning prior to our zoning change was RA. The current zoning is R80. And as stated prior, this is a lawfully established lot.
Thank you, Najma.
Welcome.
Board members, do you have questions of anyone? And we'll give Mr. Bundy a chance to respond here in a minute.
Have any questions per se? When I'm looking at this, I understand the neighbor's concerns in terms of the size of this particular lot, but I feel like this is a case where it's the reason our board exists. this is a lawfully created lot or an undue burden on that owner when they purchased a lot that could be and is in a residential area and currently unable to build because of these unconformities.
Right. Mr. Bundy, did you have another comment? I saw you kind of come alive there for a moment.
I just had a few things regarding some of the issues that were brought up. I know that one of the concerns said was a precedent being set. I would like to point out that there has been some new construction in the neighborhood, though not within the last few years. It was a short 26 years ago, a property located on lots 30 and 31, which a 2,900 square foot home was constructed on a lot that was less than 80,000 square feet. So a precedent has already been set of the city allowing people to newly construct homes on lots that don't meet the criteria of the R80 zoning or the RA zoning that was previous to the new zoning code that was implemented. And as well, the closeness, the location within the property lines of the house. I mean, this stuff's all done within, fire department's fire study. You guys do all these studies for setbacks and things like that. 7.5 feet on one side and 11 on the other, if I remember correctly, is more than adequate in order to, not present any kind of present danger to the homes, on either side. And also, it comes down to just also insurance and things like that that would spill over and cover if for some reason the vinyl siding on one side got melted due to a disaster. This happens every day in neighborhoods around, the United States. And, one thing is I just ask that you guys please remember that in 1951, when this neighborhood was platted and developed, that its intention was to be for single family homes, whether it was on a 17,000 square foot lot, an even smaller lot that's next door of Mr. Clowey's house or Mr. Williams' properties across the street, or even Mr. Mullick's property across the street, which have been assembled. A few lots have been assembled into multiple acreage lots. And we just ask that you give us the same opportunity to enjoy our lot and, live a nice, peaceful country atmosphere lifestyle like the other people on this call here are able to, on this lot that was legally established, to have a single family home built on it.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Bundy, for your testimony. Board members, any other comments or questions?
I just have one comment. It just seems to me the staff report says there's no other way for a detached home to be built without variances. And it seems to me we have to allow it if there's no other way. So.
Right. When he left at the last meeting, we asked him to bring back evidence that the lot was legally part of the city with the combination. And he's done that. And so that's the story.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I would move in case number 127 that the board grant the requested variances to the lot and building standards for a detached home in accordance with staff report and site plan.
I have a motion from Mr. Stiller. Do I have a second?
Second.
A motion and a second. Thank you, Mr. Gorens. Anna, please call the roll.
Lawrence. Extorf.
Aye.
Stiller.
Aye.
And Moran, you said we have reestablished the quorum?
Aye, yes.
Okay. Ebbets.
Ebbets is aye. Good luck with your project, sir, and the motion passed. And hopefully the neighbors are all have a nice party once you're built up. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
And thank you. Thanks everyone for giving testimony today. It's very much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case is still with Najma, docket number Docket number 6 with the address, case number 145 with an address of 320 East 12th Street. Will the applicant please come forward? City of Kansas City.
The applicant does not appear to be online.
Mr. Hedges. City?
No. It'd be Matt Warner.
Okay.
And if not, I'll reach out to them and maybe we can come back to this case.
We'll pause that one for a little bit. Then let's move on to docket number 7, case number 156 with an address of 3717 Brooklyn Avenue. Will the applicant please come forward or raise your hand?
Kevin Powell has raised their hand. They are being promoted.
Is anyone else in the audience interested in this case? Please raise your hand.
No one else.
How you doing?
On Zoom.
Okay, not quite yet, sir. Give us a second. No one else is raising their hand?
That is correct.
Okay. Mr. Powell, please raise your right hand to be sworn in.
How you doing there, sir?
I'm doing fine, thank you. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Please identify yourself for the court reporter.
My name is Kelvin Powell with Powell Family Investments.
Thank you so much, Mr. Powell.
And I do believe my architect should be online also, my structural engineer.
What's his name?
Brandon.
We're looking for his name online now.
Oh,
With
Brandon
Norton and Smith.
Schubacher?
Yes.
Okay. Brandon, will you turn on your microphone and camera to be sworn in?
I've requested that Brandon become a panelist. They need to accept the promotion. They are not accepting the promotion. Oh, apologies, they are connected.
Good. Zoom takes a while, Mr. Powell. Give us a second. Thank you.
No problem. No problems.
Brandon, you online with us yet?
They are connected.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Please raise your right hand to be sworn in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
Do.
Please identify yourself to the court reporter.
Brandon Schwabauer. I'm an engineer with Norton and Schmidt.
Thank you. Mr. Powell, on page 3 of your packet today, there's a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9. Can we admit those as part of the hearing today?
Yes, you can. I apologize. I don't have that in front of me, but yes, whatever submitted is fine.
That's great. One of those exhibits is a presentation by city staff by Larissa. And Larissa, are you online with us? Can you present the case today?
Yes, I am. Good morning, everyone. I'll share my screen and get started. All right. This is for CDBZA 2022-00156, and it's for 3717 Brooklyn Avenue. The applicant is seeking approval of a 1.5-foot variance to the side yard setback requirements. This is the location of the site. It's located in the heart of the city area plan area. Here's just an aerial showing the lot. And then here are the plans showing that 5-foot setback that's existing, which is why they're required to have the 1.5-foot variance for this lot. The variance requested is a 1.5-foot deviation from the required 6.5-foot side yard requirement. A substantial change is not anticipated, and the difficulty cannot be obviated by a method other than a variance because the house has been built. And so here's the house. It's the one closest to the red dumpster that you see right here on this slide. And then just so you can look at the lot and building standards for this zoning district. I can answer any questions if you have them.
Thank you, Larissa. Mr. Powell, why should we approve your case today?
Well, when I first started this was like, I was told to file as like a single family home with addition. And the same, the foundation is the same foundation that's been there for 100 plus years. I just use the same foundation. The house has been in that same space. I never made it wider, or it just went back further in the back of it was extension in the back of the property. I was submitting all of my plans because I was told by John that works for the city to submit as a single family with an addition. That's what I was doing until I was told that it would be new construction.
Okay.
And that's when the variance issue came in.
All right. Mr. Brandon with Norton and Schmidt, will you give us comments on the case?
Yeah, I think that's it's fairly. There was an addition on the back, straight back, and so he didn't move over and reduce the side setback at all. It's a little bit unclear exactly where the property line is. It looks like it's in the middle of the driveway, but this is which would be more than the 6.5 feet. But this is what the city staff wanted to do, was to get the variance to make sure we're okay. And so I think it's fairly simple, but if there's any questions, we can try to answer them.
Thank you, Brandon. Board members, do you have any questions to the applicant or to the engineer?
I guess just to clarify, this house is completed.
No. As far as the framing is completed, not nothing on the inside has been completed. It's just framed.
When you say framing, you mean the entire shell, though, correct? I'm just on Google Maps. It looks like there's a whole house there. Maybe just the interior is not done then.
Yeah, not the inside. Yeah, no plumbing, electrical, or any of that's been done.
Okay. Board members, any other questions or comments?
In case number 156, I move the applicant's request be granted in accordance with staff report and site plan.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Mr. Stiller. All, Anna, please call the roll.
Lawrence.
Aye.
Mixdorf.
Aye.
Moran.
Aye.
Stiller.
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. Your motion passes, sir. Good luck with the construction and good luck with the project. Thanks again for coming before us today. And thanks, Brandon.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you all.
Okay. See how we're doing on time. So we usually take a break at 10:15. We'll take 15 minutes and be back here at 10:30. Perfect. 12th Street. The applicant, please raise their hand to be promoted.
Promoted.
And is there anyone in the audience on this case today? Please raise your hand. And in the online people, if you're either for or against this case, please raise your hand as well so we can promote everyone at one time.
I do not see anyone online raising their hand.
Thank you. Mr. Warner, is that who's?
Yes, sir.
Hello, Mr. Warner. Welcome to the hearing today. I'd like for you to raise your right hand to be sworn in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
Yes, sir.
Would you please identify yourself to the audience and the court reporter?
Matt Warner, owner, operator, Metro KC Fitness.
Thank you, Mr. Warner. There's no other people either in support or opposition that have raised their hand, but as part of your case today, we must admit exhibits 1 to 9. They're administrative exhibits found on page 4 of the staff report. Do you have a problem with us admitting those to hear your case today?
No, sir.
Thank you. Those are admitted. One of those topics is the presentation by staff. Najma is going to present your case today to our board. Go ahead, Najma. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, before us, we have docket item number 6, KCD BZA 2022-00145 for 320 East 12th Street. This is located in DC 15 zone district. The applicant is seeking approval of variances to the maximum coverage percentage allowed for window signs. If you drove in this morning or walked in, you may have seen them outside, as it is located across the street from us. This is an overview of the subject site. And this is a rendering of the signs that are covering the windows. The first sign permit or the first sign variance is to the sign A, this first circle. So we'll go sign A, B, C, D for clear reference. For sign A, they're requesting 46% deviation from what is allowed. For sign B, they're requesting the same 46% deviation from what is allowed. For sign C and for signs D, they are requesting a 100% deviation from what is allowed. For A and B, again, the maximum window coverage, it's 51%. They're proposing 61% with a variance in the amount of 46%. I misspoke. And for sign C and D, the request is 15. The requirement is 15%. The proposed is 100% and the variance amount is 85%. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Najma. Do the board members have any questions for Najma before we ask the applicant? All right, Mr. Warner, tell us why we should approve your case today.
Yes. So we took over in 2020, right at the opening after the pandemic. Obviously, the windows were not covered when it was previously the fitness source that you guys had ran through the city. And during that winter of 2021, we had ran into an issue of multiple homeless people staring into the window. We've had males touching their genitals, looking at the females while they're working out. We then turned around and also had one of our female workers had a laptop stolen. They turned around and ran off, ended up shooting themselves on their way out. So I think for the safety of members as well as our staff, I was looking to have the coverage so you couldn't see directly. Like when that female was working, she happened to be the only employee on staff at that time. The other thing is it did help us quite a bit with cooling the location this past summer. That extra UV blockage, you could tell that the air conditioning units weren't running. And right now we're currently running our utilities through the city since they weren't able to break out where we were located. So I do think it would help as well as for the taxpayers. But I totally understand that the window percentages were made for a reason. I was just thinking for the safety of our members, and then also promoting that we are the most affordable fitness option in the downtown area. I think is great just to keep everybody moving.
All right, thank you. You're asking for a big deviation, 100%, which is kind of a big deal. I'm not a window expert, but is there a one-way type of signage you could have that would allow transmission one way but not the other and still give you what you're looking for in terms of safety and security? Mr. Warner.
So you're saying that basically opposite of what we'd have currently? So right now you can see out it, but you can't see in it?
I'm not sure. How is it now? Are you blocking?
Yeah, so right now the people on the inside can see out perfect. The people on the outside cannot see in. I did include a picture of how you can see that you can't see anything compared to the spot in the windows that do not have coverage where you can see in completely.
That should be in the staff report.
I don't see that, Najma. I see the
Diagram.
Exhibit 1, Exhibit 2, but
If not, I can show you all and we could admit it as an exhibit. My apologies. I thought it was in there.
I guess I'd be curious, just looking at this diagram, it looks like the bottom window pane is about 5 foot tall, and then there's another, say, 3 feet underneath that. So if there was a way to just have the graphic in the lower portion of those windows, you'd still have it open above to help get closer to the city requirement for signage, but would still block some of the viewing that's currently happening.
I would agree. I wasn't sure exactly what's considered the window, if it's the single pane or is it the section of the that 6 panes.
So for the purpose of sign permits, they consider the entire surface, one full window, so not the individual panes because they're so close together. They just consider the whole thing.
It's something I would definitely be open to if we were able to keep the bottom panes at our eye level. Obviously, there would have to be new graphics made so that they were aesthetically pleasing, and then keeping the open at the top, which would get us around 50%.
So I'm going to share those pictures. We'll have to admit them as an exhibit. So this is the first one showing how you can see into the window.
this will be Exhibit 10 as for this group of photos. Thank you, Najma. Is admitted.
this is the one showing the signs as they have been up.
Yes, in the image, are there currently just blinds behind those two circular graphics, or what am I seeing? It's kind of gray.
Yeah, so the bottom portion has a I would probably say 50% opaqueness blind as well. But it's still, you can see through it. So if you see like over there on the fitness over on the right, that is a blind, but you'd be able to see directly through that blind.
And Najma, are 100% of what we're seeing in exhibits 1 and 2, all of it's defined as signage?
So it's all defined that signage because it has a commercial message. Anything with a commercial message is considered a sign.
I'm just one board member, but I look at this and I think to myself, well, gosh, there's any number of ways to make that lower portion of glass or a portion of the lower portion opaque or translucent. There's any number of different graphics that could relate to a fitness business, but not be deemed advertising. It seems like there's a lot of options and we're only looking at one. And it's the one that requires the largest variance that you could virtually ask for.
About window tinting.
Mr. Warner, one of our board members suggested window tinting.
That have any zoning implication?
I would have to clarify that with,
I don't think it has zoning implications.
I guess I'm fine with a graphic, but I think this is just a lot. And I think there are opportunities where if it was just this lower band, it would be closer to our city requirements, but still not be visible since it's probably still 7 feet off the ground.
Right. You mentioned visibility and shading, visibility for security issues, and same, different levels of opaqueness. There is no level of, it's either opaque or different levels of translucence. There's just a number of ways to achieve the objectives that you've told us that you're trying to achieve here without it being signage.
So there's no way to, I guess what would be tackling two birds with one stone. I mean, I see, multiple different bars having the neon signs in the windows that kind of cover their windows. So I was just trying to understand what I can do to be cost effective as well as, protect the members.
Yep, understood. And that would be something that staff could work with you on, various options that wouldn't, either one wouldn't require a variance or would require less of a variance than these percentages that we're looking at now.
Yeah.
Mr. Warner, we had a case on Warnell Road around 72nd, similar to what you're doing. And they came back the next month and gave us a different proposal that was more acceptable to the board. I think I'm just one board member, but I feel that's the way you need to go here. 100% is really asking a lot of this board, and I get the security part, but the next case 2 months from now and says, well, you gave, the downtown fitness place, Metro Fitness, 100% variance. Why can't we get one? So that's really where I'm coming from on your request today.
So if I would come back, I would have to bring a proposal, obviously less than 100% of something that you guys would look to approve.
Well, I kind of think you kind of work through city staff Najma, but or someone in city staff to come back with us with something, and whoever you're getting your signs from, maybe they can assist too in terms of transmission of God, what's the term? Help me.
Well, the transmission of light, heat, reflectance of heat, again, lots of options.
I'm just like also trying to understand. I mean, both of my neighboring tenants have the exact same thing, and so it's not like it's just my location that has it. The Marines to the right have the exact same thing. The Quick Shop to the left have the exact same thing. 100% coverage. We got the Zoo Bar directly across the street, 100% coverage. So it's not, I mean, I get where you're saying that the loss is 15%, but every single tenant on my block has 100% coverage. But now I'm being told that 100% a ridiculous ask.
Those may not be legal signs, just.
Don't know about, can't speak to those.
Gotcha.
People can put something up, but doesn't necessarily mean that it's a legal sign that they've installed.
It can stay up.
Well, up until investigation shows up, and then they're going to be.
I was just trying to understand. I mean, it seemed like I was asking for a lot, but it was exactly the same as every other neighboring tenant. But I get what you're saying. There's a reason that we have it.
I don't know what to tell you, sir.
Appreciate that.
Yeah, I appreciate you coming before us, but because your friend down the street doesn't make it legal in the city's eyes, but it's a matter of someone turning them in or city investigations looking at it and making a case against that particular shop or owner. So.
Absolutely.
So do you think you might want to delay your case for 1 month to allow you to possibly listen to some of what the board members have said today and give us another proposal? That won't be 100%.
For sure. I will do that.
Okay. Our next meeting is December
13th.
Say it again.
13th.
13th. Is that a good day for you to come back, or do you need to go into January to come back?
I'll be out of town again. What was the date on the January meeting?
January will be
10th.
January 10th.
If I could do January 10th, that'd be great.
Okay. All right, we'll continue your case at no fee till January 10th. And once I get a motion from board members, anyone else have any other questions or comments? Hey, board members, take a motion. Continue this case to January 10th.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Thank you. Second from Ms. Mixdorf. Anna, please call the roll.
Lawrence.
Aye.
Mixdorf.
Aye.
Moran.
Aye.
Stiller. Ebbets.
Aye. So your case is continued, Matt, until the January 10th, and we'll see you then. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Okay, we're now we're going to docket number 8, case number 157 with an address of 719 Prospect. Will the applicant please raise their hand or come forward?
Ruben Martinez is here.
Thank you. Anyone else who's interested in this case, 719 Prospect, either for or against, or just interest at all, please raise your hand to be promoted.
The applicant, Ruben, has been promoted and connected. Then a Chloe Willett, public testimony, has raised their hand. They are being promoted. They need to accept the promotion. Chloe has been connected.
So we have Mr. Martinez and Miss Willis. Is that right?
Willett. But
I see Mr. Rubin. I don't see. Other one. Could you turn, Ms. Willis, I think, could you turn on your, there you are. Thank you. And I'm going to administer the oath. Will you please raise your right hands? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth in this hearing today?
Yes,
Could you identify yourself for the court reporter, sir?
I'm Ruben Martinez and I'm working for Romano's Remodeling.
Okay, thank you. And the other person?
I'm Chloe Willett. Yes,
Great, thank you. And Chloe or Ms. Willets, are you for or against this proposal?
I haven't really decided yet. I live nearby and haven't really gotten any information about it and was just trying to figure out what was going on.
That's okay. If you have any comments as the hearing goes on, we'll invite those comments. Mr. Martinez, as part of your case today, there is a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9, and they're located, oops, one case almost. They're located on page 3, exhibits 1 to 9. Can I admit those to hear your case today?
Okay.
Thank you. And those are admitted. Part of those exhibits is a presentation by city staff. Najma, will you please tell us about the case today?
Okay, before us, we have docket item number 8, KCD BZA 2022-00157 at 719 Prospect Avenue. The existing zoning is split between R1.5 and B3-2. The applicant is seeking approval of variances to the lot and building standards and encroachment standards for an existing duplex to allow for site maintenance and improvements. This is an overview of the subject site located in the Truman Plaza area of the city. The existing building, I'll go back here, as you can see, is very close to this back property line. And the applicant is wanting to replace their deck. While they have appropriate setbacks for the regular rear yard, they do not meet the encroachment standards for a deck in the rear yard. In order to have a deck in the rear yard, you have to maintain a setback of 20 feet and they're just below it. They aren't expanding the deck, they are just replacing what was already there. So the applicant is requesting a deviation of 2 feet from the requirement of the rear setback in association with the measurements and exceptions encroachment standards. Or the features allowed to encroach in the rear yard setback. The required again is 20 feet. My apologies. The proposed is 18 feet with a variance in amount of 2 feet. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Najma. Okay. Mr. Martinez, why should we grant your request today, sir?
Well, we are working with the company. We try to make more affordable houses for the people that cannot pay that much money. And the only options we have is working that area. And we stopped from that house from, I'm talking about 8 months already. There should be people living in there already. And I don't see why we're not gonna be just building a deck for emergency, because it's not even a deck for recreation. It's just, it's from the second floor to get the access. And like I said, we are working in the house for a long time. We vandalized the house twice already, tried to burn in, and we don't want that one in the neighborhood. We try to get in a nice neighborhood, you know?
All right, thank you. Board members, do you have any questions of Mr. Martinez?
Mr. Martinez, have you had a chance to talk to any of the surrounding property owners about the variance request?
We try, but there are companies, there are only one building to the left of our building. And we talk with the neighbors and just say, yes, if you try to figure out, it's better for us because we don't got homes people walking in the buildings. And if we are fix this one, we're gonna try to buy the building on the right side, it's banded to, so that way we can get a better street. you know, because there are only 3 apartments in the house and on the street. So that's why we try to get better street, you know?
Sure, thank you.
I have a question.
Oh, go ahead, Mr. Gorens.
Is this going to be a one single family dwelling or is it going to be multiple?
They're a duplex. There are 2 apartments.
Many people per apartment?
It's about 900 square feet for apartment, so it's had to be a family in there. So we're talking about 2 bedrooms, 1 bathroom, kitchen, living room. So they're good, they're nice. So we try to get more people in there. So we're talking about 6 to 7 people for apartment.
Right. Ms. Willetts, do you have any comments or questions for Mr. Martinez or to the board? I think you're muted.
No, I don't. Thank you.
Are you for or against this proposal or?
I am for it. I think this area needs a lot of help and I'm glad that somebody is working on it.
And Ms. Willis, do you kind of live nearby? I don't need an address. I'm just asking, are you within a couple of homes or 2 or 3?
I'm about a block over.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
All right. Board members, any other questions, comments, or a motion?
Offer a motion.
Thank you, Ms. Mixdorf.
In case number 157, I move the applicant's request be granted in accordance with staff report and site plan.
Thank you, Ms. Mixdorf. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Gorens. Anna, please call the roll.
Lawrence,
Aye.
Mixdorf,
Aye.
Moran.
Aye.
Stiller,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. Your motion passes. Mr. Martinez, good luck with the project and thank you for coming today.
Thank you so much.
All right. Let's go to docket number 9, case number 161 with an address of 5400 Sunset Drive. We have the applicant, please raise their hand and any interested parties to raise their hands as well.
Adam Riley is the applicant. They are connected. No one else.
Morning, everyone.
Good morning, Mr. Riley. Give me a second here. Anyone else, Anna?
No one else has raised their hand on Zoom.
Let's see here. Do we have Jared in the house?
Jared
Oh, he's
is online.
Okay, sorry. Mr. Riley, I'm going to ask you to raise your right hand to be sworn in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth at this hearing today?
I do.
Thank you. Please identify yourself to the court reporter.
My name is Adam Riley. I am the architectural designer for Rob and Marcia Metzler.
Thank you. On page 3 of the staff report, there are a list of exhibits labeled 1 to 9 that we need to admit so we can hear your case today. Do you have any problems with us admitting those items?
I do not.
Thank you. Those items are admitted. As part of that is a presentation by staff. Jared Clemens is assigned to your case, and we will have Mr. Clemens present the case to the board.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before us, we have docket item number 9. This is case number CD-BZ-2022-00161 located at 5400 Sunset Drive. Zoning district is R6. The applicant in this case is seeking approval of a variance to the side setback requirements to allow for a garage addition to their home. So this is the location of the subject site within the boundaries of the Midtown Plaza area plan. More specifically, it's between Sunset Drive and Ward Parkway, just north of West 55th Street. So this is the site plan submitted by the applicant. You can see the dashed line here is the setback going through the proposed addition to the home. The proposed addition is this square structure here. and it leaves a remaining side setback of some 1 feet and 3.5 inches, I believe, something like that, should say in the staff report. So that is the encroachment there. This is an image of what the subject site looks like from Sunset Drive, facing west. This is taken from Google Street View. The addition will be on the north side of the property, so to the right of the home, if approved. So these are the case factors for the variance. The variance will be for 6 feet and 8.5 inches. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated. The difficulty could be obviated by a change in design to the proposed structure. With that, I will conclude my presentation and will be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Before we talk to the applicant, Mr. Riley, does board members have any questions of staff?
I do. So looking at the site plan where that kind of 1 foot 3.5 is noted. So it'd be 6.5 feet on that side, and it would be less basically on the north side of the lot. Is that accurate? Or is it 6.5?
I'll share my screen.
That is
again.
correct.
It's the total setback requirement is 8 feet. So it's a remaining setback of 1 foot 3.5 inches. The variance is the remainder of that, right? So 6, whatever the PowerPoint said there, I guess. 6.
That was just the maximum.
8.5 inches. Yep. Yeah, exactly. So it's an 8 foot setback requirement.
Mr. Clemens, that's a very active area. Did we get a neighbor comment, either positive or negative for this case?
I did not receive any testimony on either side.
Okay. All right. Mr. Riley, why should we approve your case today, sir?
Yeah. Jared, thanks for that recap. I think as you saw in the subject image from the street view, currently Rob and Marcia Metzler, they drive back behind their house to park in a garage. They are planning to age in place in this house, and parking down in the basement and then walking up every day is causing some issues. So they're exploring a new garage design, and we explored it a couple different places on the property. As you guys know, this is a through lot, so it has a right of way on the Ward Parkway side and also the Sunset Drive side, which limits the location of the addition. We also explored an option that's very similar to what you're seeing today, but it's smaller and it stays within the 8 foot setback. What that did was it created a garage that was about 20 feet wide. And the issue with that, with aging in place, is that, they're in their 60s or 70s now. If you can imagine a walker at some point, it gets pretty hard to navigate in between cars in a garage there. And so really that's kind of at the core of the reason we want to expand, is just how tight it would be if we did stay within that setback. So we're asking the board to review the site and look at its uniqueness, the right of ways on the front and the back, with it being a through lot. And also the easement to the north. I'm sure you guys saw this on the site plan, but there's an existing sidewalk that connects Ward Parkway to Sunset Drive, which has been there, from what I'm told, for a century about. And people used to be dropped off on Ward Parkway and walk up that sidewalk to Sunset Drive. So there's actually an easement. So the setback is measured from an easement, not an adjacent property line. So we'd like the board to review that today. I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Riley. I can't place the access off Ward Parkway at 54th Street. I can picture homes going down that roadway as you're crossing 55th heading north. But I can't place, there's a driveway access there, Mr. Riley?
There is the only way to currently drive onto the property is from Sunset Drive. That's the current curb cut.
All right.
Mr. Riley, a question. On the north portion of the garage, got a little bit of extra space there. Is there anything else that at the north portion of the garage other than just maneuvering room and room for door swings and whatnot?
On the north of the proposed addition,
Inside,
inside, it would just be just a wall, no windows, no doors. We would be close enough to the property line that I think fire code kind of mitigates what we can do there as far as windows and doors. If that answers your question.
yes, thank you.
Mr. Clemens, could you bring back up the picture of the Google Earth shot that you had of the front of the home, the white home?
Yes, I can. Give me 1 second here.
Thank you.
Okay. Here, I'll make that larger. Is that visible to you all there?
Oh, yeah, it's great. So there you've got the driveway coming in from Sunset, the neighboring house on the, I guess that's the north side.
Yep, it's to the north over here. Yep.
So they drive down the driveway, turn left and go into the proposed new garage.
Their current situation is they drive right through there where the cursor is and then down to the basement garage. The new addition would just be a straight shot straight into the garage. It would be right there. Exactly. That's exactly right.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Riley.
Thank you.
And thanks for sharing your screen, Jared.
Absolutely.
All right. Board members, any other questions for Mr. Riley or Mr. Clemens? If not, I entertain a motion in the Metzler case.
Chair. In case number 161, I move that the board grant the requested variances in accordance with staff report and site plan.
Thank you, Mr. Stiller. Do I have a second to that?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Lawrence. Anna, please call the roll.
Lawrence,
Yes.
Extorf.
Aye.
Moran.
Aye.
Stiller.
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. Mr. Riley, your motion passes. Good luck to the Metzlers and their project. Thank you for coming before us today.
Thank you.
All right. Our next case is docket number 10. Case number 165 with an address of 4600 Warnell Road. Will the applicant please raise their hand to be promoted, along with any other people either for or against this in the audience? Please come forward or raise your hand if you're in Zoom. Any Zoom people?
Yes, we've got Carol and Christina. Robert Martin. Everyone needs to accept the promotion and Amat Fuko. For public testimony. The applicants are to my right.
Okay. Miss Carol, Miss Christina, and Mr. Robert, could you be sure your cameras and microphones are turned on so I can administer the oath? I see 3 faces. And we've got some people in the audience. I'd like for the gentleman to stand up and come to the microphone, and then here we go. So first of all, sitting at the table, who do we have?
I'm Joe Morrison with Country Club Lodging.
Thank you.
And I am Scott Hushin with Infinity Sign Systems.
Okay, thank you, Joe and Scott. Everyone, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth during this meeting today?
I do.
I do. Have each of you identify yourselves. Let's start first with the in-person people.
Scott Hushin, Infinity Sign, I do. Joe Morrison, Country Club Lodging, I do.
I'm Davis, Towers, 4545 Warnell, I do.
Thank you. And let's go with Carol.
Carol Thrain. I'm on the board of 4646 Broadway.
Do you say I do?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you. Christina?
Christina Boveri. I am a resident of the neighborhood and on the board.
And I do on that one?
I do.
Thank you. And Mr. Martin, Robert Martin.
Hi, Robert Martin. I'm the president of the PWNA Neighborhood Association, and I do.
Thank you very much, gentlemen.
There's
And
Matt as
ladies.
well.
Did I miss somebody?
Matt Foucault.
I didn't see him come up. So,
I'm here.
okay, thank you. And did you hear me administer the oath?
I did, and I do. 46 Jefferson Condominium Association and neighborhood resident.
And did I hear your name is Max?
Matt, M-A-T-T.
Oh, Matt. Thank you, sir. Thank you. All
No
right. Who's going to be talking on behalf of the case here in front of me? Well, okay, thank you. So as part of the administrative exhibits in your case, we have a listing of those on page 3. They're labeled 1 to 10. Do you have any problem with us admitting those for your case? Thank you. Those are admitted. Part of that exhibit is a presentation by city staff. Anna is going to present your case today.
Thank you. Okay. Today we're going to be discussing docket item number 10, which is at 4600 Warnell Road. The site is zoned MPD and the applicant is seeking approval of several sign variances to install a projecting sign for one of the 2 hotels on the subject site. Something to note that there is written public testimony attached to the staff report. However, one of those items were suggested to be revised yesterday, but the person in question is here, so we'll get more into that later. I just wanted to note that at the beginning of my presentation. The subject site is located in the Midtown/Country Club Plaza neighborhood within Kansas City. The subject site is highlighted in yellow on my screen. You can see where Warnell, as it goes down the hill south towards the Country Club Plaza, it turns towards West 54th Street. The subject site has 2 hotels being developed currently on the subject property. This is a view from Google Street View at the top of the hill near Washington and 46th Street, looking towards the site in question. You can see that it is vacant. The hotels are currently being built. And then this is kind of at the bottom of the hill on Warnell, looking up at the site. Again, the construction is in phase at this picture. Some might be familiar with this project already, but this is some renderings provided by the applicant. There is 2 hotels, as I've mentioned several times, on the subject site. One of them in the forefront, and the Aloft Hotel, which is the subject hotel in question for the projecting sign towards the back of this projecting image. This is another view of the Aloft Hotel, the renderings provided by the applicant. There are several signs being located on the subject site, all which are in compliance with the zoning and development code, except for the projecting sign, which the variance requests are occurring today. This is a site plan for the 2 hotels in question, the Aloft Hotel, towards the Washington Street that I mentioned, and the projecting sign is in red. This is another look at the projecting sign in question and the 2 variances being requested. One for the total square footage of the area of the subject sign, and then the width or the thickness of the projecting sign. Variance A is a requirement of 12 square feet for the maximum area of the projecting sign. They're proposing around a 61 square foot sign, which is a variance of 49.33 square feet. The second variance is for the thickness of the sign. The code says that the sign cannot be 50% wide for its projecting distance. So the proposed is 3 feet 6 inches and a variance amount of 1.5 feet. And that concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Does board members have any questions for staff, for Anna? If not, gentlemen, tell us why we should approve your case today.
So, thank you, Anna. Our hotel sits off of Warnell, as she mentioned, or on 46th Street is the entrance. From the Warnell view, you're looking uphill, and it's a relatively narrow block, and the projecting sign size here, unlike a normal projecting sign that's for pedestrian traffic or pedestrian travel to find a storefront, this is trying to identify a vehicular entrance. So without it, it's going to cause difficulty, traffic circling, trying to find an entrance, where you don't have that opportunity given the proximity of our entrance to the rest of the building and the view from Warnell. Also from Broadway, we're about 40 feet to the east of that intersection. So again, off the road, this is to help so that when cars are trying to find their way to a hotel, this isn't somebody that knows the neighborhood like we do. This is somebody trying to find that entrance. And a new building specifically that where one didn't exist before, Google doesn't always take you directly there. So this is to help alleviate that confusion with guests and finding their way to the front entrance, where we then capture them on site within our parking garages, and they can come into the hotel. So without it, we're afraid there's going to be added traffic, people driving the block more, inability to find the entrance easily, and I would say the variance request, whether within the square feet, is much higher, but that's again due to this pedestrian nature of what I think the code is. If you're walking and you're trying to find a store versus driving and trying to find a store. In scale, this is not a giant departure or oversigning or a ridiculous amount of added signage. In fact, we took off other signs from the building that were up at the roof levels to avoid impact to the neighbors, specifically the ones to the west and north. We could install signs there. We didn't think it was probably worth it considering the impact, so we removed those in an effort to help the situation. Without this one, we would probably have to go back to those. They are code compliant, so I think easily permitted, but we're trying to avoid that for several reasons here. And then I would say that the 1.5 feet variance portion of this is because of the nature of the sign. It's in the packet on page 3. And if you look at the profile of the sign, sticks out at the top end to the outside of the building, and at the bottom it kicks back into the building, which creates your overall 3.5 feet. However, at no point is the sign over 2 feet. So it's the profile of the sign that's creating that farthest point at 3.5. So without that would be, if it was a straight up and down sign, there would be no seating distance there. The other portion of this is just for scale. Mentioned we eliminated the other signs. Ultimately, changing the orientation of this sign to be a facade sign, there would be no variance to be requested. It could be an 800 square foot sign because of the facade of our building. So we're not trying to go that direction. Well, that would be probably detrimental to the neighbors, much less than this would be. It'd be facing an actual resident if that were the case, instead of facing the street, which it's intended to face, which is unintrusive to other buildings, guests, or other buildings and neighbors. So it's purely an intent to wayfinding, to help eliminate confusion and serve a guest that hopefully comes and stays at the hotel. So.
Thank you. Anna, could you bring up the diagram of the two buildings? I think they were projections and maybe you can mouse on top of where it's going to be. Oh, keep on going. It was, you're getting close there.
It's
This area.
It's directly above this round column at the bottom on the, just to the left of that. Yeah, to the left of that window. That's the location.
You do that again with the mouse, please, Anna. Still don't see it. There it is. Oh, yeah, I got it. Okay.
So at that location, if I get my directions correct, south or toward Brush Creek, part of the building projects out and would obscure a portion of that sign. Is that right?
Yeah, it's in the elevation. If you go from an east elevation,
Or are those two facades at the same plane and there's a recess between them?
part of it would be obstructed by the rest of the building to the east, yes. So no, a part of it from the south would be obstructed.
I have a quick question too for you, Anna. The shape of the sign, it's like a little undulating. Is the 49.33 feet, is that calculated strictly on surface area, or is that an assumed sort of rectangle that this sign would fit within?
It takes into consideration the whole sign. So they are correct that it kind of maneuvers, but we are looking at the whole sign. That's the request for the variance.
Okay, thank you.
Now, and I'm going to have you go back to get a different view of the building. If you go through your, keep on, right there, stop, go back. And we're looking at the far building in this.
Far building, so
to the right.
up
as you're
beyond this, yep, to the right side of the page.
Right.
Exactly.
And the other hotel is the Element. I can't remember. What's that
It's a
called?
Cascade Hotel is the name of it. It's a tribute portfolio
Tribute.
hotel.
And have we done any signage for them? I don't recall us doing signage for them yet.
That sign has not been permitted yet, but all the locations are shown. We went through some of that with others during these discussions and should all be code compliant.
And then one more time, the one that showed, there you are. So this sign will be on the northern side of the building. Yeah.
Yes. And the one shown in this rendering at the top is one that we eliminated as part of this process to help avoid effects on surrounding buildings that do ours.
Tell us about the lighting within the sign, please, sir. Is there going to be an interior lit light sign?
Internally lit, yes.
24/7?
No, it'll be controlled by photocell, so only on when it's dark.
Any lumen projections at all?
None above the code compliance, no.
$16 feet just seems pretty long from top to bottom.
Total building is about 85 feet in height.
Right.
So it's above that entrance point, right where you'd be designating a vehicle to come in is it's actually less than one floor at that location because of the ceiling heights for the building on that level.
Right.
What are the distances from the parking lot entrance and the sign to each of the two intersections?
About 40 feet east of Broadway. Probably about 450 feet west of Warnell. That's an estimate. It's hundreds of feet from Warnell.
Right.
And it's tucked back behind on the Broadway side. If that rendering doesn't show the Broadway intersection, but about 40 foot east of it. And then tucked behind a piece of property that we don't own has some arbors and pergolas located on it now.
I know they're redoing that street to make it one way. in front of the old Houston's restaurant. At least I've seen some construction going on there, so.
Yeah, so our group is responsible for that work as well. We've funded and planned all of that in an effort to enhance safety. At that 5-way was now become a 4-way with a T into it. That's at the southeast corner of our project. We also made improvements to 47th and Broadway for all of the ADA ramps and bringing that intersection up to code and creating bump outs for pedestrian safety when you get on and off of Broadway out of your car for those retail spaces without losing any parking spaces down there. So we worked with the plaza and the city extensively on all of that work as well, created medians, enlarged islands, landscaping, all in an effort to improve the area. This sign's really no different. If we want less traffic circling the block over and over to try to find the front door. We actually tried to buy the land to the east of us or to the west of us, I'm sorry, so that we had a Broadway address. We couldn't get that accomplished. It's a competing hotel that owns that property and they didn't want to sell it. This setback creates difficulty in getting our guests there, but this sign helps to eliminate that.
Anna, would you show me again the aerial view? Looking for the street patterns to the west and the south.
Or you want the aerial view? My apologies.
Yeah, that. All right.
Then if you can see my cursor, sign would be roughly right here.
Correct.
I see your challenge with regard to wayfinding. That would not be, I think, most folks' idea of where the parking entrance is going to be.
And this is only going to get worse. The block to the north is owned by one owner and has redevelopment plans, which increases density and building height there over what is existing today. So today this area is blocked by those buildings, and it's only going to get worse when they redevelop that entire block, which is in planning now. So.
Okay. All right. All right, let's, anyone other questions for the applicant before? Mr. Davis, please come forward and give us your opinion.
My name again is Tom Davis. I'm with Parkway Towers, and I am the Parkway Towers representative on the sounding board. The sounding board is an ordinance created group that deals with the neighborhood concerns for this development. It's been now in effect for a few years. Sounding board consists of Parkway Towers, Historic Kansas City, Plaza Westport Neighborhood Association, and also 4646 Broadway. There will be representatives of all those organizations here today, except for, I think, Historic Kansas City. And there's not total unanimity among our positions on this. So I'm presenting mainly from the Parkway Towers perspective. You have in your packet a letter of objection from Parkway Towers to this sign due to the code variance. And we submitted an objection because of somewhat short notice nature of this. We wanted to get that in time for it to be within the packet. But since that time, the sounding board did reach out to the applicant, and we had an opportunity to talk with them last week and have a little bit more engagement. And so Parkway Towers has altered its position. The position is now what we call a qualified non-opposition position subject to conditions. And I don't know whether that's made its way into your packet. I do have extra copies of the Parkway Towers letter, which is notarized here, and I'm happy to submit them for your all's consideration.
And that's different than the letter, sir, that were part of the packet dated
That's
October 31st.
different than the letter that's part of the packet.
Sure. If you want to bring those forward, I'll admit that, and then you can pass them out to the board members and give one to the opposition too. or not opposition to the people.
Yeah, I've got it.
Sorry.
So we did engage with the applicant with respect to this, and the conditions that are on the letter, our understanding are agreeable to the applicant. And the conditions, I'll just run through them really quickly, and they have been somewhat mentioned, that this will be the only sign variance for this project. That the particular sign in question would be only internally lit and not flashing or changing.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, I need to exhibit. This will be exhibit number 10.
Just a
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Go
Thank
ahead.
you.
I believe it's number 11. We.
Was it? Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
you're
we
right.
had
Number
10.
11.
Yeah.
You're right.
Thanks.
Thank you.
In our concern, part of our discussion was with the lighting. We needed to understand better about the lighting issue of the signs. And so that was mentioned here earlier. And so that's in the conditions that it won't be flashing. And the other signs on the building won't be flashing. And then the final condition is that the applicant will continue to have dialogue with the sounding board if there are other variances, on this property, which there are anticipated to be other possible variances by either the property or the tenant. And so with those conditions, Parkway Towers in particular has changed its position to a qualified non-opposition and would request that if the variance is granted, that these conditions be part of the variance.
I'm not sure we could include these conditions as part of the variance, Mr. Davis, but
I would urge that you can. You might need to get some legal advice about that. But I think, in fact, even earlier on the docket, there was a matter that was proposed to be approved with conditions. And so I believe
those were conditions from the planning commission, the city planning commission. But thank you, Mr. Davis.
Thank you.
Ms. Carroll, would you
Yes.
give your opinion? Thank you.
Yes, Carol Thrain from 4646 Broadway. We also do not oppose the sign, but only with the conditions that were just outlined by Parkway Towers in their letter. We also encourage you to include those if you do approve this sign. There are a couple things I do want to add, though. One is this in no way suggests that we would support any other variances for future tenants in those buildings. We are particularly concerned about the cumulative lighting effect into the neighborhood, since there are residents really 360 around the building. And as Joe said, the area north of them is going to be developed. So those residents north of the hotels really have no voice at this point and cannot speak to this issue. And we would particularly like the condition that the developer or future tenants, that they initiate any contact in a timely way if there are other variances proposed.
Thank you, Ms. Carroll. Ms. Christina?
Christina Boveri, Boveri Realty Group and real estate over 25 years, and also a resident of the neighborhood, 45th in Pennsylvania. We've been through a lot, as you know, our neighborhood, and I am asking our neighbors, of course, to try to preserve what we have left in our quality of life, and hope that they will abide by the code. We have been through a lot, and we have a lot more to come with losing parking, multifamily development, encroachment on our own personal bungalows. And I didn't sign up to be on a Las Vegas strip. Just looking at the building, I'm pro-development if it's done respectfully. And I really believe that, and it's always an excuse, the wayfinding. I don't think that the sign needs to be that big. I think the building can be found, and I think the code needs to be followed, especially with as many developments as we have coming up on the books. we would really like to preserve what we have left. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina. Mr. Martin.
Hi there.
Thank you,
Hi.
sir.
Yeah, greetings. Good morning. I'm going to need to, if I can, share my screen at some point. So if I could be given permission.
So before you
Is that
share your
possible?
screen, sir,
Sure.
whatever you're going to show us needs to be admitted as an exhibit. It would
Okay.
be Exhibit number 12. That means you'd have to submit that flash drive or whatever you're using to Anna at the end of this presentation.
Sure
Or
will.
Within 48 hours, should I say.
Sure. Yep. I can email her. No problem.
Let's see, first of all, the part of the screen you want to share, and then I'll admit that as exhibit number 12.
Okay. Am I able to?
Yeah, go ahead. Yes.
You have
There we
permission,
go.
Mr. Martin.
Okay. Is it shared?
It is, and that'll be exhibit number 12, this presentation. Go ahead.
Great. Okay. The PWNA, the Plaza Westport Neighborhood Association, has a representative on the sounding board, and we very much appreciate and respect the position taken by Parkway Towers and the sounding board. As you know, our neighborhood connects the vibrant commercial and entertainment districts of the Plaza and Westport. Our residents choose to live here because of that diversity and vibrancy. But over the past 20 years, our neighborhood has endured an immense amount of development, and in all likelihood, the pace of development will only increase. We work cooperatively with many developers, and we strive to help them be good neighbors to do the right thing for this very unique neighborhood. Sometimes we need to help developers do the right thing by showing up at BZA hearings to advocate for the rights and interests of our residents. The PWNA board has been part of the sounding board conversations around the Parkway Towers revised non-opposition. But the PWNA board is not just considering the impact of this sign variance, which is 400% what is allowed by code. We're also concerned with future development that tries always to push the limits of the city code for bigger signs and brighter buildings that changes irreversibly the rapidly diminishing residential character of this unique neighborhood. Okay, we have written a letter that has been entered into the public record and is part of the report. And we stated several problems with the application. Let me repeat one. The applicant has not made a case why this size is the minimum required. There will be signs high up on the edifice of the building, and everybody will know where the aloft is because it's higher than most of the buildings around it. Why in the world does this sign need to be so large and lighted in that spot? If you look at the building on the screen, that front picture, you'll see I've drawn a little yellow kind of square that indicates another sign on the west side of the entrance that is very much adjacent to Broadway Street and the troublesome intersection that they're talking about. That sign is going to be there. And it seems like if they would just put a small enter sign somewhere, then that would be fine. You don't have to have another aloft sign in addition to all the others. I want to show you here, if you can see this picture on the left side of the screen, the closest buildings to the sign are all residential, and the street is very small, very thin. Future plans for the block, just as Joe said, just to the north of the aloft has apartments or condos going in just across that very narrow street. There are other large signs in the area, as the report states, as Anna has stated in the report, but they're all located toward the plaza. If I were living in those residences across the street, I'd hate to look at that sign every single night. The building, it will light up. If you see the picture on the right side of your screen, I put little blue lines to show the lighted area. And also I put yellow lines to indicate the apartments or whatever is going to be built there that could go to the sidewalk. And so the building will already light up that what used to be a very quiet, dark residential street 24/7, because all those lighted areas, all those windows are public areas. This sign exacerbates light intrusion on the aloft side. So in closing, our board deliberated long and hard. We want these hotels to succeed, and we do not enjoy opposing, but we are compelled to protect the residential character and quality for the neighbors who live there. We hope the BZA will help us by upholding the code. But if the BZA does approve this variance, we would very much appreciate a statement that this approval will not set a precedent for future variances. So with that, I'll close. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Martin.
Mhm.
Mr. Matt, you were also listed as wanting to give testimony.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. I do have a screen share as well that I can email into Anna afterwards, if that's acceptable.
That'll be okay. That'll be exhibit number 13 and is admitted.
Good morning. As I stated, Matt Fuco with the 46 Jefferson Condominium Association, located on the northwest corner of West 46th and Jefferson Streets, just 2 blocks from the applicant's property. This development project has been really unique in the neighborhood and has garnered much attention from the neighborhood association, homeowners associations, and the residents that live here. And this is not with good reason. The simple fact is that these 2 hotel projects have encroached on a significant residential area of the neighborhood, something that, as Robert indicated, we have not experienced in the past. And as has been mentioned, these 2 hotels are surrounded on all 4 sides by residential properties. While it's commendable that one homeowners association was able to work out assurances with the developer, that the neighborhood association and others still remain opposed to the granting of this variance, it's really unclear what enforcement mechanism exists for these assurances, as well as what future retail or restaurant tenants will be requesting with regard to signage, if any, and future variances. And as was mentioned by the applicant, the BZA is being asked to approve a variance in piecemeal, in that we yet don't know what the other hotel or the tenants will be looking for. In addition to the points made by PWNA President Robert Martin, we have great concerns as to the precedent-setting nature that granting this request will have on future development projects. It's widely expected, as has been indicated, that the two sites in the neighborhood will be slated for development or redevelopment in the near future. The property directly to the north of the hotel site, as well as a large plot of land on the south side of West 46th and Jefferson Streets. And that is certainly an area of concern for my organization, which I would like to now show you. This is the 46 Jefferson Condominium Association, which sits on the north side of 46th Street. And this is the other subject property that we are greatly concerned about should this variance be adopted. It sits just 2 blocks from the subject's property. This site is slated for development as yet to be determined by the property owner. The 2 properties share the same characteristics as the 2 hotels in that they are surrounded on all sides by existing residential structures and located in existing residential areas. As you are too familiar, the first thing an applicant does when seeking a variance is to review what other similar variances has been approved in the surrounding area. We heard that several times this morning when other applicants reference other variances granted. To allow this variance in this case could certainly allow future project developers to use this variance as rationale for their own projects. Development is good for the city. However, when a commercial enterprise is completely surrounded by residences, the development needs to be respectful of the unique setting and the fact that people live here 24/7. We need to help the BZA to retain, or we need the help of the BZA to retain the current residential quality of life and at least protect the quality of life that we are accustomed to in our neighborhoods. A lighted projecting sign, one that exceeds code by more than 4 times, where no hardship exists or has been demonstrated by the applicant, that is located in the heart of a residential area, does not further this goal, and said approval would set a precedent for future development projects that we are greatly concerned about. We heard today from the applicant that he's concerned about cars. 46th Street is already congested by cars that a sign is not going to alleviate. We also heard from the applicant today that he would go back to his original plan of putting more signs on the building if he does not get this variance. That is in contrary to his own statements, where he indicates that he is cognizant of the impact that his projects have on the neighborhood. I don't know how those two statements could be exact polar opposites of what the applicant is saying. We strongly urge the BZA to deny this variance and not set a precedent for future projects in this neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. I appreciate your testimony. Board members, do you have any questions for the those people that just spoke? Mr. Davis, could you stand back up again? Come on up to the microphone so you can be heard. So I was looking over your conditions. I'm just one board member, but I don't feel we can attach to this variance request all these conditions. I'm particularly concerned, me, just one person, that we're eliminating any signage variance for the Cascade Hotel, which is the hotel to the south of this one, if I've got my geography correct. And that's, I think they're both similar, they're Marriott properties, I think, but they are different owners.
No, they're the same owner. That's the same developer. It's the same people.
But again, I'm just one board member. I'm not, I feel uncomfortable with some of these restrictions that you're asking us to attach.
Yeah, I'll speak to try to clarify. Our intent is, especially with condition number 4, is that they, again, to the extent there are new variances requested, is that they would have dialogue with the sounding board in advance of applying for those variances. It's not our attempt to limit the variance process per se. It's just that we want dialogue in advance.
I feel like they've given you dialogue. Maybe I'm wrong, but they can't, this board heard a case about lighting for that project, and we offered some suggestions, and they went back and didn't come back again, as you remember.
That's absolutely correct. And but then in this particular instance, we did not have dialogue in advance. We had to reach out to them to have that discussion.
I see. Thank you, Mr. Davis. I do appreciate it. Thank you. And I'm one board member, Joe and Scott, but do you feel a reduction in size is appropriate? Can you give us some reduction in size? I'm familiar with what type of sign this is. We gave a variance maybe 4 or 5 months ago on a restaurant called Ocean Prime, which was also in the residential district. They wanted a much longer sign like yours is. I don't remember the dimensions, but they did want a much longer sign. They did kind of reduce the scale down somewhat. It just, when you're asking, the 41% is not really 41% because it angles in and out. I get that, but other people may not understand that, who would want to come before us again, not on the Cascade project, but some other project. So again, I'm just one board member, but perhaps you could think about option 2 as it relates to sign. But I will also let you address the comments that these other people made to you. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So a couple things mentioned with the opposition. So You just said it, it's the 400% is because of the undulation of sign and considering portions of the sign that don't actually exist. It's far less than that. I thought we took an oath here today, but I heard Matt mention a couple times, we're surrounded by 100% residential. There's a hotel that is directly to our south, commercial. There's both a Marriott Residence Inn. There's a Courtyard Hotel directly to our east. We have those two locations are both commercial, not zoned and have been there operating for a long time. When you have people coming to a hotel or a location with 4 different hotels, it's pretty important that your sign indicates which one you are. You get one first impression at a guest. So if they went to the wrong one because of the signing, or they drive around the block 8 times to find you, they're irritated before they check in. So one, it's just part of our business. We're trying to create that simplicity, ease of use and finding the hotel. At the same time that Ms. Maveri said that, hey, you got plenty of signs, anybody can see you. There's all these giant buildings around and there's more coming. So everything contradicts. It's opposition to be opposition. We've met with this group for years. We've performed every single obligation that we said we would. We continue to. I do agree with Tom that I wish the dialogue on this would have happened sooner than it did. The sign, not Infinity Signs, the installer, but the sign company that's producing them, unfortunately waited a little bit too long before they submitted, and we realized there was a variance. We didn't think that we would have one. So that was unfortunate timing. We apologize. We did meet with them within a day and a half of talking about this meeting, which was a week ago now, and had conversations all weekend to get to a resolution that made sense. From a sign size perspective, we have a chart here that's letter height based on viewing distance. So our letters are about 18 inches tall on this sign each to get to the height that we're talking about. And the viewing distance for that is 180 feet. So for sign criteria and engineering standards. So we're over double that already in length from the Warnell side. And yes, from the Broadway side, we do have shorter viewing distance, but I can't make one side of the sign bigger and one side smaller. So again, it's not going into their windows where they can see. It's the sign that's lit is facing the street directions, not into windows of residents across. In fact, it's completely the opposite of that. So, Matt, again, I said, if we don't get the variance, we have to have signage. I can't not sign the building. I'll have no choice but to go back to the other signs that are code compliant if we don't get this variance. It isn't my need to oversign the building. It's one or the other. It's a business and people have to find it. So again, these people are not from the area. They're driving around someplace they haven't likely been before. Getting to that destination is not as easy for them as it is for everybody that drives this every day. So without it, it's ultimately non-functional. And we believe we've reduced it to a size that makes very good sense with the scale and less viewability than we'd actually like. So I feel like we continue to reach farther and farther towards a resolution for everybody, but no matter what that is, the ask is always less, go less, go less, go less. We understand the precedent piece. We're not here advocating for an amended code. We just have a situation at this project that requires this, and that's what we're seeking. So
the 16-foot height, top to bottom, do you see any compromise to bring that down somewhat?
I'm already less than half the distance to our Warnell location. I feel like reducing it.
So 2 feet. Bring you down to 14.
I'm not sure what that accomplishes I guess I've already eliminated complete other signs to help minimize the impact.
I understand
now.
that. Right.
So I would prefer to have this one approved. At that point, what's the letters changed to? That would drop us to a 15-inch letter at 150-foot viewing. So
If you brought it down to
North
14
side.
feet, sir. If you brought it down from 16 to 14.
Yeah, 12-inch letters. Okay, that's 120 feet of viewing to be able to read the sign from a distance, and having a 12-inch letter is what the 14-foot sign would drop us to. I'm 450 to 550 feet from the Warnell intersection already. It would barely be viewable at that point from closest intersection. So I'd ask that it be approved as is.
That would give us a little bit over 10% reduction of your initial proposal, of course, too. All right. Anyone else on the board? Questions, comments?
Couple of questions.
Sure.
Of the applicants. When you're coming around to that north entrance, that's an entrance to the parking area. One, what else happens in there? Is it strictly the entrance to the parking, or is there additional activities?
It is, it's the entrance to the hotel. So front door of when you pull into that drive, that is the front door of the property. And at that point, through many of these conversations, this was another part of our design. You capture that vehicle within there, and then they cannot circulate outside of our building without going past all other hotel entrance points, so that we weren't bringing in traffic and then spitting it back out to get to other portions. So this is only one of 3 entrances to come into the property, and then different levels of the garage access other points of the hotel. It's 2 hotels, and Tom's correct. We do own the other one as well. They share a parking garage, and it's integrated throughout those levels because of the geography of the site. Drops about 60 feet from one to the other. So we have a Warnell entrance and a 46th Street entrance, and that garage ties those 2 hotel drive-throughs together. So at the point where they enter that, it's the hotel front door where they would stop, check in, and then proceed to park. That happens at both locations. So the whole intent was to alleviate people having to leave and come back onto a street to go. And from most of the cars that do come here will come here, stay, and they walk to their destination from there. So, but yes, front door, if that answers your question.
That makes the name is more important. It couldn't just be a blue sign with a P for parking, because there's more to it than just that. Another question was regarding the size, and I think you've made some points regarding viewability, the distance off to the east to Warnell. Of the all of the conditions that what was it?
Mr. Davis.
That the Parkway Towers, Mr. Davis had. Would you walk me through those real quick of which ones, you just couldn't factor into your design, and which ones don't bother you at all?
Of all of his conditions? We agreed to the Parkway Towers letter and the items he mentioned. Any variance being sought, we would engage prior conversations for anything in the future. I don't have any objections to Parkway Towers conditions.
Okay, thank you.
Last thing I'd say is if a pedestrian level blade sign is 6 feet on a storefront that is a 20-foot building, or a 15-foot tall building, say somewhere you'd find on the plaza, that's 40% of the height of the overall scale. We're a 16-foot sign on an 84-foot building, which is less than 20%. When you just put a ratio to the size of the sign, it's well below what potentially compliant sign that's being compared to would be. So.
All right.
I have a question. Does staff have any objection to our including conditions on a variance?
Sarah? There are some of those items that city staff wouldn't be able to enforce. So for example, the notification of future variances or requests, those are outside the public engagement ordinance. So we personally wouldn't be able to enforce that one. But Sarah can comment on if we are allowed to add conditions on variances at all.
Somebody wants to, if you're asking for legal advice, if somebody would like to make a motion to go into closed session for legal. If you, want, I mean, it's at the board's discretion.
I'm gonna do that right now. If I can find, here it is, the ordinance number. Mr. Chair, I would move that the board go into closed session to discuss legal matters and legal advice per section 610.021
Got a motion out there. Do I have a second? Second from Mr. Gorns. Anna, please call the roll.
Gorence.
Aye.
Extorf.
Aye.
Moran.
Aye.
Stiller.
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. We're going to be back in 10 to 15 minutes, and then we'll finish up on your case. Thanks so much.
What number are you?
169. Up and down.
The November 8th Board of Zoning is back in session, and I'll need a motion to come out of closed session.
Mr. Chair, I move that per 610.021 parentheses 1, that the board move back into open session.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Anna, please call the roll on that motion.
Lawrence.
Aye.
Mixdorf.
Aye.
Moran.
Aye.
Stiller.
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. We're back into open session. So gentlemen, it was your testimony, I heard you earlier, that you didn't really have a problem with the Parkway Towers along with the sounding board's recommendations in this letter. Is that what I understand? Correct. Those conditions. Okay. Board members, do we have any other comments? Ms. Mixdorf, do you have any more comments on the sign?
I was still just a little concerned on the general height. 18-inch letters seems very large to me. I walk and bike everywhere, so I'm not the typical user that's coming in a vehicle, so maybe that's different for me. But I would personally feel more comfortable with kind of that 12-inch height, but that's just me. All I have.
Okay, all right. Anybody else? Or gentlemen, you want to make a comment on that? You've made comments before. I'm just giving you an option to make more comments.
No comment is also fine.
Yeah, understand, appreciate, and fortunately, not many. You do have bike racks, though.
I have a comment. I'm more comfortable with the size just in proportion to the tall building. But also I think as far as precedent setting, this site is so unique, the location, and I think the applicants made a good case for the safety concerns surrounding this variance. So I'm fairly comfortable with that. And I don't think it's precedent setting for anything other than this particular site.
All right, thank you. And last but not least, the valet stand will be part in the hotel entrance or be on the street, sir?
The what? I'm sorry.
Valet stand.
It would be in the hotel, underneath the hotel in the entrance. drive.
That's fine. I've been to Aloft's before, so just verifying that. Thank you. Okay. Any other comments, either in the audience, the Zoom, or in the building? If not, I'll entertain a motion, but let's see if there's any other comments.
No one else has raised their hand on Zoom.
Great. Seeing none, I'll take a motion. Or
Chair,
yes,
I would offer a motion on case number 165 that the board grant the requested variance in accordance with staff report and site plan.
I have a motion. And again, to be clear, it's not part of these conditions.
Correct.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Anna, call the roll, please. Thanks.
Lawrence.
Yes.
Mixdorf.
Opposed.
Moran.
Aye.
Stiller.
Aye.
Ebbets.
One second. Chairman votes aye, reluctantly, but. So aye. Motion passes. Gentlemen, good luck with your project. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time. Sure. Appreciate it. Thank you all.
We have an item 11.
What?
An item 11.
11 was already.
Yeah,
continued or
but I mean, but
dismissed.
we can't, we're at lunchtime for the staff, so we've got a break.
Okay. So I've got 10, 12, 13.
I have 12 and 13 left.
Yeah.
We-
And how long do we break for, Anna?
It's up to your discretion, but 30 minutes at the minimum.
Okay, so can we do 30 minutes? Is that okay with everybody? Okay, we'll adjourn till 12:45. See you then.
That's what we're actually doing.
Oh, look, 11's there and not there, or I see.
Yeah,
Out taking. the-
Yeah.
Don't Be fooled by the sloppiness. All there.
That's just. But everything else.
Can't be verified.
Yep.
Are we ready to come back? Let's see here. We are resuming the November 8th Board of Zoning Adjustment meeting. Our next case on the docket is docket number 12, case number 164 with the address of 4931 Walnut Street. Would the applicant please raise their hand or come forward if they're in the room?
Get ahead.
Is anyone online on this case?
Who?
Yeah, it's okay. The applicant usually and their associate usually sits there. If you're just in support of the case, you'd speak at the lectern. Honey, you seen anybody?
Yes, for public testimony, we have a Joe Duell and a Kate Marshall. They have been, the promotion requests have been sent. They need to accept their promotion. Kate and Joe have both been connected.
Joe and Kate, can you turn on your cameras and microphones, please? Oh, I see him up there, I think. See Jared, but he's already sworn in. There he is. Okay. Everyone, your friend back there, are you going to give testimony today, sir? Oh, just with them. Okay. Okay. No worries. Will everyone please raise their right hand to be sworn in? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth during this meeting today? Okay, so say your name and then I do.
Henry Doherty.
Thank you, Henry.
Fernando Chavez Reyes, BNA Architecture.
We're having a hard time hearing you. One more time.
Fernando Chavez Reyes with BNA Architecture.
Okay, perfect. And Kate, you want to go next?
Kate Marshall, President of the South Plaza Neighborhood Association.
Thank you. And I do on that?
I do.
Okay, thank you. And then we have Joe.
Representing 43 Madison LLC. I do.
Thank you. Okay. And who's going to be speaking on your case today? Is it going to be, which one of you two is going to be the leader?
I think Joe wanted to speak on behalf of the owner whenever those questions came up.
Okay. But today in front of me, Henry, are you talking or is it?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Well, I've got to have one person. That's you?
That'll
Okay.
be me.
Okay, thank you. So, Henry, in your case today, got to get to the right page, excuse me.
Should be page 148.
So, sir, in your presentation packet, there's a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9. Do you have any problem with us admitting those for your case today?
No.
Thank you. Those are admitted. And one of those is a presentation by staff, by city staff. Jared Clemens, would you like to talk about the case to the board today?
I would thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Chair. Before us, we have docket item number 12. This is case number CDBZA 2022-00164, located at 4931 Walnut Street and a few lots surrounding that address. Zoning district is R-1.5. The applicant in this case is seeking approval of variances to the density limitations of the zoning district, as well as the height requirements of the zoning district to allow for a 23-unit apartment complex. So this is the location of the subject site in relation to the rest of the city. It's within the boundaries of the Midtown Plaza area plan. More specifically, it's between Grand Avenue and Walnut Street there. You can see it's going to be a combination of 5 lots, 2 of which are vacant currently and 3 of which previously had single family homes on them or currently do. This is just a site plan showing the general layout of where the building will be located on between the 2 streets there on the subject site, with, I believe, garages below and then the apartments above. So the case factors for the requested variances, it's lot area per unit variance. So it's 147 square feet per unit. At 23 units is the deviation from the requirement, because 1,500 is required in the zoning district. Substantial change is not anticipated. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood. The difficulty could be obviated by a change in design. The second variance, variance B, is the height, and it's for 1.187 feet after you factor in the way we measure height based on the pitch of the roof and the average ground area surrounding the building. Substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated. The difficulty could be obviated by a change in design of the proposed structure. And then finally, I just wanted to add a note. This is a little atypical compared to other just regular variance cases. This case also needs entitlement for a project plan to do the residential development. It is following the typical path that a project that needs entitlement follows, where it seeks the variances first, and then it'll go before the City Plan Commission for the project plan. They've already applied for that, but that project is on hold. That's case number CD CPC 2022-00193. The City Plan Commission will take in a number of factors when making their decision for the project plan there. After that, they'll combine the lots formally at a title company and then record that at the recorder of deeds at the county, and then would be able to move on to building plan and permitting. That'll be approved by city planning staff based on whatever was approved through the entitlement and variance processes. With that, I will conclude my presentation. We'll be happy to answer any questions the board might have.
Mr. Clemens, just a quick question.
Sure.
So typically, we get cases after they've been to CPC. And usually there are conditions that we approve in association with those. Tell me why we're not doing it today.
Sure, that's a good question. So typically that is the case when we have special use permits. This is a case where they are just seeking, they only need a project plan, which receives final approval from the City Plan Commission. That's the only body that hears project plans. But for and if they were to request a 20-unit apartment complex, for example, where it meets the density requirements and it didn't need a height variance, it would just simply go to City Plan Commission and your group would never hear of the case. But they're seeking these 2 variances as well. And so it is our typical process when that is the case to seek the variances first to ensure that the project as designed is allowable, and then take it to the City Plan Commission as a project plan.
Perfect. Mr. Henry or Mr. Reyes, Fernando, why should we approve your project today, sir?
Well, first of all, actually, if we could go back to the Midtown Plaza area plan slide.
Okay. Get the microphone, scooch you a little bit over so you can get there.
Sorry.
Mr. Clements, did you hear that? Could you go back to the slide that has the plaza area plan on it, I think?
I'm not sure that I showed a slide with the plaza area plan, but I can pull up their exhibits that were submitted as part of their submittal. And we can look through those. And I think that includes what he's referring to. So give me 1 second while that loads up.
And I would like to say why we're wanting to build this project. This is Joe Dooley with representing 43 Madison LLC.
Okay, but don't anything yet, Joe.
Okay.
Thank you. We'll give the opposition or support time after the Henry and Mr. Reyes have spoken.
I believe Mr. Dooley's with the ownership group. Is that correct, Mr. Dooley?
That is correct.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, the Midtown Plaza area plan actually is showing now there lots 1 and 3 are in the in a north end urban density residential. And the south 3 lots, 2, 4, and 5 are in the high density residential. So our lots are basically a transition between the higher density of the urban and the little less dense, high density residential. So what's allowed now by current zoning is 20 units, as you pointed out earlier. And if we go with the blended area, it would go up to 28. We're requesting 23.
All right.
So, and Joe, did you want to add anything to that?
I was just going to say, basically, we think that our project would fit well in this area. It'd be a good addition to the neighborhood in this street. Currently, right now, there are existing multifamily complexes on the north and south of us. They've probably been there 40 to 50 years on that end of it. So we feel that this property, what we're trying to do, would fit nicely in that area. Working with the current zoning and the grade changes in that area, kind of how that street, as you see in the picture there now, how that falls down, we feel that this project would complement the surrounding properties in that area and for the neighborhood. So with the variances, this would make this a viable project and add more housing to this current area.
So the first thing we're asking the change in the density to go up to 23 units. The second one is the height. And as you can see, the grade falls dramatically from north to south, I believe.
Right.
And we like this idea of kind of keeping the residential feel and having pitched roofs versus a flat roof. So that's why the additional height is part of our variance request.
Okay. You have a meeting with the neighbors about your request?
Yes, we have met with the South Plaza HOA. We had an in-person meeting with them and then another meeting outside of that, just with a few members. And then notifications were sent out, part of the normal process within the 300 feet.
Right. Is there an apartment complex across the street from this one?
Sorry, got a lot.
I know. Is there?
I think is it Jared? Is that your mic?
It's Joe.
So is there a apartment complex across the street from where you are? On
There
the
is.
west side of the street? You're on the east side, right?
Honestly, I'd have to look at the plan to
Yeah.
get my directions correct. I'm
Okay.
sorry.
The apartment
There is an apartment building just adjacent to this property.
Yeah, there is apartment complex. Looks like 4 apartment complexes across the street from what would be the subject site, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, I just didn't know whether they had any comments about your project. Nothing you heard of.
Nothing we've heard of.
Okay. Staff members, do you have, or board members, do you have any questions of either staff or the applicant? And then we'll get the opposition.
I do, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Gorens.
It's the square footage again of these apartments?
40.
These are condo units for, I'm sorry, these are condo units for sale. And they're, I think, oh, Jared, I think you had opened the presentation.
It looks like they're around 1,500 square feet per unit. I'll share my screen now.
Yeah, I think we have a little bit of a range there, but yeah, that's approximately the average square footage per unit.
Thank you.
And of course, parking is very important to everybody. So each unit will have a garage, or are they parking on the street?
Yeah, so we would have, I believe, 17 parking on the garage level, the basement level, and we will have 10 surface parking spaces.
In the community, not on the street.
Exactly.
Okay, all right. Other board members? If not, I'll hear from the opposition. Or the Kate. Ms. Kate, do you want to speak about this proposal today?
Yes, but first I have to say, you shouldn't necessarily characterize what I'm going to say as opposition. I just wanted to report that in fact, Doug Price and Sean Richards came and spoke to the South Plaza Neighborhood Association. We're not an HOA, we're a neighborhood association, Joe. And I also got a chance to sit down with them in their offices to get a little more clarity. I'm glad that Jared spoke, and Chairman, you asked the question about why BZA before CPC, because I was confused about that myself. Which also led to some confusion about which comments that I have sort of, gathered from the community are worth bringing forward today. In general, I want to say that this is a block that is very residential and has a bunch of missing teeth. And the neighbors in large part are very grateful to have a development coming in there and are looking forward to having the density added back. I also just wanted to clarify that there are 5 lots, but there's only 1 house remaining on those 5 lots because the other 4 lots have all had their houses raised and removed. Hence the missing teeth. I can also say, so generally we're in favor of the project. Some neighbors have asked for some more detail about the proposed structure itself and have inquired about the budgetary circumstances that would have you go from the 20 to the 23. And I say that because I had prepared to say that, but I had not heard the explanation that I just heard about the 2 different zoning options in these 5 lots. So that sort of colors, my thinking of that comment. And I think that's all I have to say.
Well, thank you for that testimony. I appreciate it. Board members, any further questions? Before you ask, though, I would like to comment. I do like the look of the buildings. I think that's very professional and goes well with your neighborhood. The pitch roof especially looks better than just a flat roof that is more corporate. Maybe I say that word, but looks like you've given it some thought. So thank you.
I'm sorry. I did have one question that I just wanted some clarity on. And again, I don't know if that's for this conversation or CPC, but Jared, if you can go to slide 32, the view that you were sharing of the elevation from Grand Street. Because this is where I understand they're asking for the height variance. And my confusion about that is that from being the person in the street, I would expect the height to start counting from the grade of the street. But I understand that they're counting it from where that hand is right now. Whoops, put it back right there.
Mm-hmm.
And in fact, that little area that's been drawn in there is not on their property. So they wouldn't actually be able to have that landing zone there because that exceeds the into the lot immediately south of this property. So where that tree and that little landing zone is goes past the lot. So that's why I was just a little confused about that, where that 1.5 feet of height variance is actually, is it really 1.5 feet or?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so the height determination is it's kind of complicated how our code writes it. So the first thing that it does is if you have a roof that has a pitch that is greater than a certain ratio, which this roof is, you take the halfway point between the highest ridge and the main beam. So basically halfway up this triangle is the first portion of the height measurement. I'm just going to draw a line. This is in no way, you know, an accurate measurement of the building, but say from around right here where that red line starts. And then the second thing our code does is it takes the average ground when there's a change in grade such as this, it takes the average. And so the line would essentially go to, you know, the halfway point between these two
Grade change.
grade changes. Yeah, exactly. And so this is kind of, you know, where this line is, kind of where that falls. And so that is where that measurement is. And so this measurement of their building height is 1.187 feet taller than what is allowed by code. It's kind of a complicated situation and it's a source of much confusion for staff and the public. So I certainly understand the question.
Okay, great. Well, thank you. As you can imagine, you know, people exige me to try to get folks not to go beyond code expectations and variances. And this way I can help explain what I've just learned. And I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, certainly.
Board members, any other comments or questions? Or a motion?
I have one more question.
Sure, Mr. Gorens?
Said you're going to sell these units, they're for sale, the condos or the apartments?
Yes, they are scheduled to be sold.
Sorry, I,
Said yes.
yes, he did. What are they going to sell for? What price range down there?
We haven't determined that yet, depending on finishes and things of that nature. We have not determined that aspect of it yet.
Anyone else? No? Cheat sheet if you like.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
In case number 164, I would move that the board grant the variances requested in accordance with staff report and site plan.
Thank you, Mr. Stiller. Do I have a second to that?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Gorens. Anya, please call the roll.
Gorence.
Aye.
Nixdorf.
Aye.
Moran.
Aye.
Stiller.
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. Sir, your motion passes. Good luck with CPC and the project itself. Thank you very much for
Thank you so
coming
much.
down today.
Dark.
All right, let's go to docket number 13, case number 27, with an address of 561 Harrison Street. We have a quorum of Ebbets, Gorens, Mixdorf, Moran, and Stiller. So all five are sitting at the table today. Can the applicant please raise their hand to be promoted?
Corey Henry has been connected.
Yeah. And is there anyone else in the Zoom audience that's either for or against this proposal? Please raise your hand.
A Margie has raised their hand. I am sending a motion request to them. Margie, you need to accept the promotion. Margie has been connected.
Okay, great. You see anyone else in the audience, Anna? Is that it?
No one else is
All right.
online or in the chambers.
So Corey and Margie, I've got to find Margie here. I don't see her yet. There you go. Thank you, Margie. Corey and Margie, will you please raise your right hand to be sworn in? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and the nothing but the truth during this hearing today?
I do.
Could you state your name and say, I do? Go ahead, Mr. Corey or Corey Henry. sorry.
Corey Henry, 800 Northeast Vanderbilt Lane, on behalf of Hastings Holdings.
I do, yes.
I do. Yes, I apologize, Mr. Chair.
And Miss Margie?
Margaret Valenti, on behalf of Columbus Park Community Council, I do.
Thank you very much. Mr. Henry, there is a number of exhibits that are associated with your proposal today. They are on page 3 and they're labeled 1 to 9. Do you have any objection to us admitting those exhibits today?
No, Mr. Chair, please do.
Thank you. Those are admitted. And part of those is a presentation by staff. Jared Clemens will be presenting the case to the board today. Mr. Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before us, we have docket item number 13, case number CD BZA 2022-00027, located at 561 Harrison Street. Zoning district is R-1.5. The applicant in this case is seeking approval of a variance to the density requirements of zoning district R-1.5. So this is the location of the subject site. It's within the greater downtown area plan in the Columbus Park area of the city. More specifically, the site is on Harrison Street between Independence Avenue and Pacific Street. The existing site is outlined in yellow. You can see the 2 buildings on the site there, the duplex in the rear and the triplex in the front. So just some quick case history before we dive into the requests. Case number CVLN-2835 is a CLNU that was approved to allow for 5 total dwelling units on the lot. The lot contains enough area to support 4 total dwelling units by code. This CLNU was approved in 2002, and it allows for a triplex facing Harrison Street and a duplex to the rear of the property. Case number ZDC 2021-0272. This is a development compliance violation due to an additional dwelling unit being constructed within the triplex. The site is currently configured with 4 units in the triplex. So this is a site plan of the subject site. Given that we're reestablishing this quorum, I thought it'd be helpful to outline the request in the context of what was previously approved. So as I mentioned, the property contains enough lot area to contain 4 total dwelling units by code. But per the CLNU from 2002, they're allowed to have a triplex facing Harrison Street and a duplex in the rear. Today, the building on the left is configured to have 4 units on its own. So that's 6 total units. The applicant is requesting a variance to allow for 2 more units than what is allowed by the CLNU, which would encompass the current dwelling unit that is in violation, as well as a additional basement unit. So if this request were to be approved, 5 units would be allowed in the building on the left, along with the existing 2 in the duplex to the right. So that's 7 total units on the property. Additionally, the applicant's presentation does include mention of requesting that the building on the right be granted an additional unit. It's unclear to staff if this is a current request or if this would be a future request of the applicant. In any case, it's worth mentioning that that would be 8 units total on the lot. The board, as a previous quorum, requested that the applicant return with site plans showing the parking configuration to deal with the number of units on the lot, as well as encouraging the applicant to meet with the neighborhood organization and to have details about the basement unit. So these are the Missouri case factors for the requested variance. It's a 40% increase in residential units allowed on the subject property, 5 units to 7 units. That number is based on a number of units already granted to the property via the CLNU. To put the request in the context of the neighborhood and the zoning district, the proposed number of units would represent a 75% increase over what would be allowed by code without the CLNU. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood could occur given the increase in density and potential parking demands. Additional units could not be constructed without a variance. It is worth noting that the density currently approved on the site is via a CLNU, which per section 88-610 of the Zoning and Development Code limits the ability to change the configuration of the lot and includes that the non-conforming status could be lost, in which case any new development on the site would be required to realign with the standards of the Zoning and Development Code. The applicant's request today is for a variance which would run with the land, meaning that the density increase would be in perpetuity. With that, I will conclude my presentation. Would be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Clemens. Anyone have questions, Clemens, before we go on to testimony from the applicant? Mr. Henry, tell us why we should grant your motion today, your application.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am in an Uber. I apologize. I have a hearing at 1:30. And so I ran a little bit later into my day. I apologize for being a little more informal. By way of background, and you may recall our previous the previous meetings we had met, the fourth unit that is at issue and given rise to the non-compliance issue was actually always existing. And in fact, we had produced evidence, and I think it's still in the record, of a city staff report or site visit from 2002 that did suggest that there were actually 4 units previously existing, that at no time were there actually 3 units, that there's 6 mailboxes, 6 gas hookups, 6 water hookups. And so there's a significant amount of evidence that suggests that it is not as if my client added a 4th unit to a 3-unit complex. It's always been 4 units. For some reason unclear to both city staff by the testimony of Mr. Duddy at one of our last meetings, as well as my own. And the weight of the evidence suggests that we don't know what happened at the previous CLNU application, but it actually never was a 3-unit. It's always been a 4-unit. So the current request before the board, while it seems like we're adding an additional unit to the basement and then 1 to the 3-plex, thus constituting 2, it's actually 1 addition. We're simply trying to correct the record as it relates to the 4 units. We were able to meet with the neighborhood association and it went well. They expressed concerns similar to that of this board's about parking. Their main concern was that we didn't utilize additional on-street parking that we are already subject to. Because our lot was platted prior to 1950, there's a section of the code that does not require us to have additional off-street parking. However, we do have that in the rear of our unit, and it can support up to 4 vehicles and a 5th with some additional work in the back there, thus bringing us further into compliance with the code. And so what we're asking for, and I did want to mention as part of my testimony here, as Mr. Clemens pointed out, there was originally a mention of a potential 3rd unit in the back. Given the consternation we received from this board, as well as ensuring that we are in compliance and agreement with the neighborhood association, we do not want to pursue that at this point. So the ask and the request before the board is what has currently been stated: a total of 7 units on the property, which would be 5 on the front building and 2 in the rear.
So a total of 5 units in the first building, and then 2 in the rear or 3 in the rear?
2 in the rear, which is already existing. That's no change.
Thank you. Let's see here. Yeah, Margie.
Yes.
Yeah, could you give us your opinion on the case, please, ma'am?
Okay, speaking on behalf of the Columbus Park Community Council, they did attend a meeting on Wednesday, August 17th. And at that meeting, we expressed concern about the parking, and they were talking about the additional apartment in the basement. And it was a consensus of the body at the meeting that, we didn't think that that would be a good idea. No one thought it would be well, especially with parking. Parking's at a premium in our neighborhood already. So the people at the meeting said no.
Margie, just so I understand, were they against the
additional unit?
To make it 5 or
Well, this is the first I heard that eventually that there's going to be 7 and eventually 8. Let me pull those minutes up. Okay, they're requesting that the front building be restored to original 4 units and the back building will remain 2 units. Currently, there are only 3 units on the front building. An additional request to finish basement for 1 unit is what they attended the meeting with. And the people in the community were against that.
Okay. So they
So I
wanted,
don't know if maybe we need to go back and have further discussion before anything is granted. They attend another meeting, and because that's what we have, and now we're hearing 7 and possibly 8. And one of the residents that did live on that street expressed the concern about the parking.
so Miss Henry, or excuse me, Miss Margie, Mr. Henry just said that today there are 4 units in the front building and 2 in the back. And it sounds like he wants an additional 5th unit for the front building. Are you acceptable to the 4 units in the front building and 2 in the back? Because that's what he says is existing
He
today.
says existing, but that was not discussed at our meeting. I don't recall him discussing that at the meeting, that there were already 4 units in the front.
Right.
Yes, I don't recall that. That's what is in the minutes from the meeting.
Mr. Chairman, sorry.
Go
I'll
ahead.
let you finish. I apologize. I had provided materials at the meeting that I presented at this board. At no time did I represent that there was only 3 existing. I explained that the city's records show that there's 3 because of CLNU, but we have always had 4, and that's never changed. And it is true that we are requesting a basement unit as well. Previously in this board's discussion, we had discussed the potential for a 3rd unit in the rear that is being abandoned. We only want to have 2, but at no time would I have represented to anybody that there was not 4 units. There are 4 units and always have been 4 units. It's just that at this point, the city's records don't match what's existing. And so that's probably what we're trying to fix. So I apologize for any miscommunication on my part.
No, that's okay. But I do know that they were against that 5th or that additional unit.
Right.
Yes, and it's mainly parking. I mean, parking is an issue.
Right. And the restaurants next door to you guys, where's Grozzo's? It's 501 Harrison, isn't it? Or where's that one?
Block down. Yeah.
Block down.
That's further down. Yes, sir.
All right. But I know they take a lot of parking too, but they do have a lot across the street. So
yes,
I don't know if that affected it. All right.
And we do have a lot in the rear as well.
Okay.
A lot of the property down here, unless it's newer, very few have garages. They either park, the ones that have an alley, they park in the back, and the rest park on the street.
Thank you, Margie. Board members, some questions for either Mr. Henry or Miss Margie from the Neighborhood Association?
I had a question for Mr. Henry. I guess one of the things we requested to see was the parking plan, and I have not seen that. Unless that was
And
sent-
I don't know if that, Mr. Clements, I just sent you an email, and it's the site plan still yet. My client, I didn't have him undertake a parking plan due to the expense of it. To actually get a parking plan put into place with an architect was cost prohibitive. I was hoping to just suggest to the board that per the guidelines with the city, we're able to fit 4 cars back there. And then utilize the on-street parking that is allowed by code. If it is this board's desire to actually have a true architectural and engineered parking plan, I can go back and request that of my client. The expense itself was somewhat cost prohibitive.
I guess I was anticipating just a diagram, not even a.
Okay. Oh, okay.
But-
Mr. Clements, I don't know if you received that email of mine.
I did. I'm sharing it now.
I apologize.
This appears to be the parking slide.
And this will be Exhibit 10 and is admitted. Thank you.
Thank you.
It also does mention that it's a gravel parking lot, which would need to be remedied, I believe.
And we would absolutely do that without hesitation. My client is already, Mr. Duddy, when he did his on-site visit with us the first time, had pointed that out. And my client will absolutely comply with that regulation. And that way we can also stripe the lot to make it clear as to how many parking spots we can get. The code does allow us to fit, I'm sorry, the code, that was improper. The space that we have back there is large enough for 4 vehicles, and which we would use. So that would take care of 4 of the units of our overall, leaving 3 vehicles to park on the street.
Let me clarify that due to the multifamily nature of the building, more than 4 parking spaces are required.
Well, I would understand, but according to the code, our lot was platted previous to 1950, which does not require additional on-site parking. I think my third slide down, Mr. Clements, references the code specifically. And so according to 88-420-04, for any single family duplex platted prior to 1951, no off-site street parking shall be required.
Correct.
And so we,
Single family structure or duplex, the multifamily structure on the lot still needs to provide parking.
okay, so the code is just differentiates between duplex and multifamily. Okay, my apologies.
So that requires 5 off-street spaces then?
If the board approves 5 units in the front structure.
Okay. What I can do, I think, I know we've continued this case several times and I appreciate this board's patience with it. I am happy to proceed however the board would desire me to. I can go back and get, I think it'd be worthwhile, probably getting the measurements of the lot itself, getting dimensions and having a plan done to suggest what we can get done, or I'm happy to ask for a vote, whatever the pleasure of the board is.
I have a question.
Go ahead, Mr. Gorens.
The back parking that you're going to measure and stuff, are you going to put concrete or asphalt?
Yes, sir.
You're going to have lights back there?
I believe we have lights now. I don't know that we're gonna have like parking lot lights. There are lights on the back of the building that are space lights, but I don't believe we have any plan for any sort of parking lot style light.
And then the threeplex up front that has 4, we talked about this. It has 4 separate living places with 4 bathrooms and 4 kitchens.
That's correct.
Now you want to put a 5th one downstairs, basement.
Yes, sir.
So is the basement dirt or is it concrete? And you're gonna.
It is concrete. It would need a substantial amount of work to come into conformance with the code. And so it is a concrete floor, and we would have, like I said, my client acknowledges the amount of work that would have to go into to come into compliance with the code, but it runs the length of the house of the structure. And so there is ample room for it. We would just have to get it there after working with building codes.
And then one door to get in and out.
There's one door, there's ingress and egress from the basement separately from the doors on each unit on the front of the building. So each unit has its own access.
I'm just one board member, Mr. Henry, but the 4 units I'm okay with, the 2 units I'm okay with. I just feel the density for that 5th unit is almost too much for the area. The CLNU probably should have been for 4 units, but to grant you either the 5th unit or a total of 7, at least I'm just one board member, but I feel like it's too much at this time.
I think concerns we heard from the neighborhood as well is they would be in agreement with what you just said.
Right.
Concerns with that additional 7 total units.
Can I say one more thing?
For
When I
sure.
add that, today, let's face it, many households have 2 cars, not just 1. And so I'm not saying every one of these units would have 2 cars, but you have to allow if a couple of them have 2 cars too.
Right. Okay. Board members, some more comments, and then I'll let Mr. Henry speak. Anybody else? Yeah, Mr. Gorens?
I put the numbers together and I just think 4 up front is too many. I'm at.
You're at 3?
And 3 and 2 is what it should be. Parking for living space. I think the threeplex in front and the duplex in the back was where it should be. I know the area well.
Right.
If I may, Mr. Chair, just to point the board member back to the 2002 staff report that demonstrates that there was actually a 4-plex at that time and has been in perpetuity. It's never been a 3-plex. We're not sure what had happened by both testimony of Mr. Duddy as well as myself. it's always been a fourplex according to the city's records. That CLNU, for whatever reason, was converted to a 3 by the prior owner's attorney. However, it's never been that, and the city records also show that.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Duddy is online if you wish to receive public
Yeah.
testimony from him. He was sworn in at the beginning of the meeting.
Thank you. Mr. Duddy, are you online with us? Can you give us your comments on this case, please? Sir? Thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, I am. As far as my testimony about not knowing, of course, I would not know. All I would know is that it was applied for and approved with a CLN for 3 units. And if my memory serves me, which I went in, I do believe the basement floor of that structure is earth.
Okay. Mr. Duddy, I think it's the client or it's Mr. Henry's testimony that the 4 units now are on the main floor and the second floor. Is that your impression when you visited the property as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay, right. And Mr. Henry, about what's the square foot of those units? About?
It's approximately, I should know this, sir. I would want to say 500 square feet. I might be wrong about that, but about approximately 500 to 600 square feet.
Per unit, yes?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Anybody else?
Yes, I would offer a motion in case number 27 to grant right, 4 existing units in the front or street side building and 2 existing units to remain in the rear building.
I have a motion and I need a second, please.
Second.
Second from Ms. Moran. Anna, please call the roll. Thanks.
Lawrence.
No.
Nixdorf.
Sorry. Aye.
Moran.
Aye.
Diller.
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. The motion passes, sir, for 4 units in the front as existing and 2 units in the back as existing.
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Okay, appears that's our last.
Just need to dismiss docket item number 15.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. So calling docket number 15 with a case number of 00024 and address of 4507 Blue Ridge Cutoff. Is there a motion to dismiss?
So moved.
Second? Second, Mr. Gorns. Anna, please call the roll.
Lawrence.
Aye.
Nixdorf.
Aye.
Moran.
Aye.
Stiller.
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye, that motion is dismissed. And that might be most of our business today.
Number 16.
Yep.
Voting
No.
for. No.
No.
How do we proceed with item 16, voting for chair and vice chair?
Yeah, I guess I didn't recall, but I was told that the vote was that an interim vote?
Yeah, I was in there.
Oh, okay.
Because
I didn't remember that it was interim.
with
Okay.
Kelleher was chair
Right. Okay.
for that temporary period.
Okay.
We've got a new board member who's going to arrive shortly.
They will be an alternate, so they don't have the ability to be chair or vice chair. So
Thank you.
respectfully, I don't need their vote.
Well, they could vote, but
Oh,
you're right. But
they
they couldn't
can't be
they
nominated.
couldn't
You're right,
be
sorry,
a
Sarah.
chair or vice chair. Yeah. So I guess you can proceed with.
Well, I opened up the
Whoever's-
nominations for chair.
An alternate nominate? Am I able to nominate? Or does somebody else have to nominate?
I believe the rules allow all members to vote.
Till
Um,
December.
But then we could
You're
wait
still
till
an
December.
alternate, right?
I was just going to
Ebbets
nominate
or-
Ebbets to remain as chair.
A second.
That was quick. I call the roll, Anna?
Yep. Gorance. Rixdorf.
Aye.
Moran.
Aye.
Stiller.
Aye.
Ebbets. Oh,
And vote for myself.
yeah, I'm sorry.
Why not?
Character
Yeah,
test.
Thank you. And let's do it for vice chair, as long as we're on a roll here.
I think Mr. Ebbets and Mr. Stiller are the two longest serving members, I believe.
Right.
And I think they're both very competent, and I would nominate Mr. Stiller if he would agree to be vice chair.
We didn't ask you if you agreed. Sorry.
Do you have a second to Mr. Stiller's nomination? He said yes.
Second.
Supportive.
Second, thank you, Mr. Gorance. All those in, Anna, please call the roll.
Gorance.
Yes.
Rixdorf.
Aye.
Moran.
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye.
Congratulations.
And before we close the meeting, I have sad news to report that one of city staff is retiring today or soon, before our next meeting. I'd like to thank Miss Muhammad for her longevity and her years of service. And really, she's done so much, Najma has, for making this board go smoothly. And your tireless work, Najma, does not go unfelt around this board, at least around this part of the table. So thank you for your many, many years of service to help us do our job better. So thank you.
Well done. And best of luck.
I appreciate
Wherever
it.
you're going next.
And with that, the meeting is over.
Thank you.